know if Lima Bean's gonna be there. Yeah, see, I don't think it's working on mobile devices. That's the problem. The other the other counties in Florida, they give the Zoom link code meeting and stuff, but I had to search for this hyperlink. Oh, I know. I might can. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can do this. Let me see if this will work. Da, 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 da. Yo, he there. He there. He on the Zoom meeting, but he there.
Brother Polight in the building already right there. CCTC. Shout out to CCCTV.
Okay, Polite and his attorney just showed up. Okay, so I'm gonna drop a link in the chat. What that's gonna do is give you the PDF, and I'm trying to be fast before they get started on him. Excuse me. Okay, I'm putting in a Google Drive link. I uploaded the PDF, so grab that and then download the PDF and click on the hyperlink in the PDF. He got on a whole suit, y'all, that ain't got on glitter and rhinestones. But I don't understand why I can't hear the audio on my big computer. Okay, they ain't got him yet, but him and his lawyer is at the Zoom meeting. Now he looking like he going he looking like he going to court. Remember, family, remember we are sending positive, positive energy. Get a screenshot, we won't tell. It might be Versace, but it's one of their plainer ensembles with it. He ain't even got no hat on. They still on the previous case, but we're getting close. We're getting close, family. We're getting close. You know you can't wear a hat to court, even if you is on the Zoom meeting. I lied today. Okay, it's almost time to get serious, family. 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 Okay, now this defendant on house arrest, but he need to go to a funeral. So he got on a plain black or dark blue suit, a plain white shirt, and a yellow tie with no hat on. And he got his head bent like he looking at something in his lap. Vespa. Yeah, but you know he didn't wear the fully patterned. It's Atfield. ATL ATFIELD. It's on the second page, up at the top of the second page. You have to go to Judge Atfield's court. Y'all got a couple of minutes because they still ain't got the lima bean yet. But open up that PDF, go to the second page, up towards the top of the second page, this is Judge Atfield. Click on that link directly across. He seems to be cordial. Hold on, we getting some traction.
What is this on for? It says motion to increase.
Yes, Judge, I did not file a motion. So what happened in this case, Your Honor, is that this is a media case. He was arrested for punishable by life crimes. He should have been held no bond. However, this is one of those charges where the PBL comes in at the very end of the charge, and I think the clerk's office made an error, allowed him to bond out prior to seeing a bond appearance or prior to going to bond hearing. Somehow I think he was given standard bond of $21,000, $10,000 on count 1 and count 2, and then $1,000 on count 3, Judge. My issue, Judge, is that there's no stay-away order on the case yet. That's why Your Honor asked the defendant to be present. I also am very concerned that the defendant has been essentially terrorizing the victim. I mean, the victim's 14 years old, and there's been a lot of
since the arrest.
He has been
since the arrest, Judge. He's been very communicative on, been very vocal on social media.
Boom.
On there's been videos of the victim drugged by this defendant leaked online. Your Honor, on this case, we do have DNA showing that the defendant's sperm was on the victim's clothing.
Your Honor, may I ask why any of this is appropriate, considering no motion has been filed?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't like being ambushed with all of this. This is
nor do I, Your Honor. This is entirely inappropriate.
If in fact the state was seeking a motion for pretrial detention, they should have done it. I mean,
Well, Judge,
now as far as the stay-away order is concerned, I can certainly do that, but I just can't go ahead with allegations from the state without giving notice to the defense. I mean, certainly I would hear it, but I can't do this in a vacuum like this. So the only thing that I know that this was reset for, which was advised to me the last time, is that the stay-away order was not properly presented, and I'm ready and able to do that at this time.
Judge, you are the first appearance, Judge, regarding the information that was filed, Judge. He was charged with a total of 6 counts, Judge, and they're different. They're all different from the charges, except for
Again,
one.
Your Honor, excuse me, I have to interrupt. This is entirely.
Hold on.
I need to.
Mr. Terrace, hold on. Let her finish. Just let her finish. I'll allow you to make your argument. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. He has been charged with 6 counts. One of them is the same, but there's 5 additional counts, Your Honor. So Your Honor does have to set bond on those counts.
5 additional counts.
So, and then the state lawyer has to set. I will be filing a motion to increase bond. And I understand that Your Honor does not want to be ambushed. I will file that at a later time, but I did want to put the court on notice that with regards to the other bond amounts.
This might take a little longer.
All right.
So we definitely have to address bond.
Okay. Now, did you have a response, Mr. Terrace? And then I will deal with the information.
Yes, Your Honor. We don't. There is no motion pending before the court. The state, no one. Our side certainly did not ask for a schedule bond. That was something that the state of Florida decided to place on this case. Those charges were higher charges, and they were downfiled. Doesn't matter that there was more charges that were listed on the information. These are downfiled charges. Mr. Nowak is out on constitutional bond. There's no motion pending before this court, and there's no need for Ms. Garcia to just ambush us with additional information that she feels the court and the media in her speak should hear. So we are entirely prepared to address the motion that's before us. Not another word needs to be said regarding a motion that's not pending before this court. We do and are prepared to address the no contact situation today.
Okay. Now, first things first. First thing I have is I have an information that's been given to me by the clerk that was filed on September 14th, which was 3 days ago. And again, I have many cases on my calendar. Has this defendant been arraigned on this information?
He has, Your
He
Honor.
has, Judge.
He has. Okay, so he has been arraigned, and I am looking at, there are a total of 6 counts. I, at this point, do not see that there are any non-bondable offenses. And there appears to be a second-degree felony for count 1, second-degree felony count 2. 3 is also second-degree, 4 second-degree, 5 is a first-degree misdemeanor, and 6 is a third-degree felony. So have all of the bonds been addressed at the time of the arraignment?
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, that's what we need to do as far as that is concerned. And I will, what was he out on previously? Let's just start with that.
He was out on count 1 and count 2 for $10,000 each. And then count 3 on the information was a misdemeanor, so that was $1,000. So right now he has a total of $21,000 bond.
Okay, so 1 and 2. So what was added in the information?
So the counts 1 through 4 are all second-degree felonies. Those were not on the information on the.
Were not originally charged?
Correct. Also, Judge, count 6 is interference of custody. That one also was not charged. Count 5 was charged as count number 3 on the arrest form. So that one should stay at $1,000.
So then what was the original 10,000? If you're saying that 1 through 4 was not charged, and then 6 was not charged, then what was the original charges where he got the two $10,000 and then $1,000?
So the original charges was count 1 was engaging in sexual activity with a child in familiar custodial authority. That was actually a PBL, but that charge, when it's input into the arrest form, it looks like an F1. So on that count, he was given $10,000. Then on count 2, it's sexual battery of a victim 12 to 17 years of age. That's an F1. That was another $10,000 bond. And then count 3 is count 5 on the information.
Okay. All right. So as it relates to the new information, the court is going to, on count 1, the defendant will be given a bond of $10,000. On count 2, the defendant will be given a bond of $10,000. On count 3, Defendant will be given a bond of $10,000.
That's 30,000.
On count 4, defendant will be given a bond of $10,000.
40,000.
On count 5, that will be a $1,000. And count 6
41.
will be $5,000 bond.
46.
Does corrections have that?
So that's $4,600.
All right,
Damn
does
it.
clerks have that as well?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
so he is
Hispanic.
going to need to post those additional amounts.
Yeah,
If it
went
was
from 21 to 46.
21,000 originally, it's now going to be
46.
$46,000 additional bond. That's as to that issue. Anything further on that issue, and then we're going to get to the stay away order.
So, Judge, I do think it's important to note that he is a California resident. So I would ask that Your Honor consider that when setting the bonds. Are these standard bonds, Judge?
I do not know what is considered a standard bond on these, but these are the bonds that the court's going to be giving.
Okay. So, no, Judge, I'll be filing a motion to increase bond due to the facts of the case. The other, in addition to the bond, Judge, it's just a stay away order I think that we can address today.
Understood. All right, anything further from the defense as to the bonds for right now?
Your Honor, I don't see that the state has laid any grounds for why the bond amount should be increased. We
Well,
believe
we're
that.
not there yet. We're not there yet. There's no discussion right now. That's not what's before the court. The court just is setting
They gonna have
bonds
to do
on the new
another
counts.
hearing before the
These
trial
counts
in
are down
December.
five. I just want to make that
She
clear
gonna
from
file
the
a
record,
motion
even
to
though there's
increase the
more.
bond.
Understood.
So the entire, but we would object to the entire bond amount increasing, considering these are
To the
down
court.
charges.
Okay. Your objection is noted.
Other
Now-
than that, no.
All right, as it relates to the stay away order, okay, so apparently these are minors. If I can have the defendant sworn.
Mr. Nowak, can you unmute yourself?
Oh Lord.
Raise your right hand.
Yama Bean's gonna give oratory, y'all.
Swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Sonny, you caught that too?
Okay, sir, you can put your arm down. Can you tell me your full name and your date of birth?
Michael Euclid Nope Jr., born August 10th, 1983.
Eugene?
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so you are currently charged under case F21 14438 with several counts involving a minor victim.
Highly favored,
And the
please.
minor victim is identified as T like Thomas, S like Sam. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
All right. Sir, you are ordered that you can have no contact with TS. And when I say no contact, that means no direct contact or indirect contact. Indirect contact includes you cannot communicate with this individual via social media. You cannot call. You cannot text. You cannot reach out to this individual or in some way attempt to communicate through a third person. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, I will just advise you and admonish you. This means what it says. I do not
We
know
still have to say
whether or
alleged
not you
shadow.
were given any type of a stay away order, but as of right now, this stay away order is in effect in that if you violate any terms of this stay away order, that may be grounds for your bond status, your pretrial release status to be revoked, and you will be immediately taken into custody. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Anything further on that issue from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from that issue from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. That is all that the court has before me. Are we done? Ms. Garcia?
I believe so, Judge. I just want the defendant to be aware that he should not be posting any social media posts or anything about this case, about the victim in this case. I know that there was a video of the victim leaked on social media. I'm concerned about the victim's, well-being regarding this case. So I just want to make sure the defendant's well aware that if that happens, we will be filing the appropriate motions.
Drop your likes, man. You know we got to take this down. You already know that.
Yeah, just so it's clear. I just
Had to bring this for y'all, though. Shout out, y'all.
Allegations.
Stay
I
away order
certainly
in Florida.
will respond to some type of evidence shown to the court that the defendant has somehow violated the court's order. Let me hear from the defense.
Judge, I just want to make clear for the record as well that this arrest, Mr. Nowak has been compliant and has known about this investigation for far before his arrest, has come down and voluntarily submitted 2 warrants along the way because he has nothing to hide. Any allegations that he's making about their fear that he might have been tampering or attempting to scare the alleged victim via social media.
Salute for the Cash App. I appreciate you. Salute for the Cash App. I appreciate you.
And I also would like to make clear that it took the state till 4:56 p.m. on the night before the arraignment to file an information here, and a reduced one. If they were so scared, they had ample opportunity to file a motion.
Why you gonna sit up here and say they were so scared?
So I don't believe that Your Honor has taken into consideration any of the arguments that they've put forth regarding why they believe bond should be increased, because that's inappropriate.
We're not there. I'm not even entertaining it. So let's not even. I don't even want to hear anything about it because nothing's before me as to an increase.
Well,
Yeah, so that's $4,600. He can make that.
Counts at ROR.
Well, I'm not. I can tell you I'm not. Based upon the only thing I have in front of me is an information. That's what I've decided as far as the bond is concerned. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Well, we would object to Your Honor taking into consideration any of the statements made by Ms. Garcia in reaching that determination.
Okay. Now, however, I do need to just advise Mr. Nowak, based upon some of the arguments. I don't know what is out there that has been posted, but I will advise Mr. Nowak that if in fact there is evidence shown to the court that you have somehow been responsible for submitting some type of social media involving this victim, you may have a First Amendment right, but it is limited. And if the state can show that this was done with some type of intent to either harass or intimidate a witness, that's serious. So just keep that in mind. You certainly have a First Amendment right, but if you do something that somehow is intended to intimidate this witness, then the court will listen to what the allegations are and what evidence the state has presented. I think that can be the last word on this matter. I have a December 3rd report date. What is that on for?
I believe that was just for the status, Your Honor, case disposition, regular.
Okay. Course. All right. As of right now, that's the next date that we have on this case. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
take care. All right, bye-bye.
Judge, any word from TGK?
Okay, so I'm gonna jump out the Zoom meeting there because our part of it is done, family. The Lord put.
Tell me what y'all thinking about that, y'all. Damn. Did it go the way we supposedly wanted? Like some people did. You know what I mean? Because many people on both sides of this thing. Some people are unsure. The internet been swirling. It been really, really buzzing. 4,600, 46,000, 10%, 4,600. You already know that, right? You already know stay away orders and all those things was about to be in play. So that's not a far reach. Damn, yo. Shit. Let me drop the link in the chat, man, just in case for y'all, man. I thought I'd been dropped it. My bad, y'all. I'm going to shout out everybody in the chat. Salute to y'all. Salute to Melinda. Salute to Neekwa B. Spoken Word channel. Shout out to her, man. I had checked the channel out maybe like last week or so, a couple days ago. Shout out to you. Monumental Enterprises. Shout out to you. Most definitely looking forward to some spoken word, different things like that on my new project. Different talent, different artists. But I don't know, man. You heard CCC TV trying to wish positive energies on the judge, some positive spirit towards the judge. Let me drop this link, y'all. Let me drop this link for y'all. Because y'all might have some thoughts on this, more thoughts than I need to hear y'all thoughts on this, y'all. You know what I mean? I really, really do. I thought I was late. I thought I missed it. I was like, damn, I missed it? Shit. Florida can give you See, yeah, I know Florida, like New York too, all over the place. You know what I mean? You get it for 10%. That's what I was saying. There go Nequa. Shout out to Nequa B. She pulled up. Yeah, Florida do. Shout out to Nequa.
Hello,
Nequa.
hi.
Hey, Nequa.
Good morning, Grand Risings, all that great stuff to everybody in the chat. Thank you for, first and foremost, thank you for covering this. I honestly don't think he has to pay 10%. He has to pay the full thing.
Oh, yeah,
That's
in
why
Florida?
the lawyer was trying to fight it, because I don't think he has it.
Yeah.
I don't think he has it. It might not have went how we wanted to go as far as him having to no bail, no bond, but I don't think he has the money. And even if he does have the money, like, she just basically told him, like, we're watching you. We have all your information on social media. She has proof that he's been threatening people on social media. Everything is on there. It's clear. It's on everybody's YouTube page. It's on his Instagram. All that. It was just up yesterday. So people might take this and run with it, but oh, see. No, we see nothing. He has actually 5 counts, not 4, but 5 extra counts, and they did not drop the other 2. He has 5 extra counts because they added the other 2, right? And then they said, well, he has to pay this extra amount. So that's not. And they're basically saying that he's still getting charged for the original charges. So he wasn't, and nothing was dropped.
Damn. I don't know, man. That one right there, I don't know, man. I don't know. That one was an eerie one right there. That was an eerie one. But I don't know. I wonder how he feel about that situation. You know what I mean? I wonder what his mind is thinking. Did he feel it went the way he wanted it to go? You know what I mean? We already know about an Instagram video that he made. He was saying like shit was dropped and he was feeling like it was more leeway going to be given. He's going to make bail though. Right? Because they gave him a bond, right?
It was 46,000, but they didn't say anything about 10% though. That was very vague. It never said.
They take you in until you make that bond though, right? That's how that goes usually, right?
He has to make that bond in order to be out.
Yeah, so they hold you until you make the bond.
Yes.
Yeah, so they're going to remind him right now. And then when the bond goes through impasse and clear, which it will, most likely he has that money, and then he'll be out. So he'll probably be out maybe tomorrow. So like tomorrow, because they got to process, you know what I mean? Just because he, you know what I mean, an influencer or whatever they say that he is, you know what I mean? He's still going to have to go through due processes. So, you know what I mean? You already know when you're just doing that, because you already have the bond. So you're just going in to the system really just to post the bond. You know what I mean? Usually, you know what I mean? So they're going to hold you and make you post the bond. Even though you can have the money now, they're not going to let you just post the bond now and just go home. Usually they take you in, then you post your bond. You know what I mean? Unless these things are kind of situated. You know what I mean? If you're, you know what I mean, affluential figure or something, you probably have something situated. I don't know. But usually it goes like that. You know what I mean? So they're going to take you in, whatever. You post the bond, whatever. And then you'll wait till everything clear and then they'll let you out.
I feel like he was a little too confident. Now he's looking at like, dag, like this is about to happen. Because honestly, like he was acting like he was about to walk free out of all this stuff today.
No.
And he's not walking free. All those charges are still against him. Him have, and another thing, he can't put anything up for collateral because think about it, he doesn't have a permanent residence.
That's the same thing that was doing. That's what they say he did with crypto. Is that because crypto? Remember the guy that was giving him the money and stuff like that with his father's money that when he died or whatever, and he was doing that because he was trying to serve him. I heard crypto was trying to serve him, but Polight lived from like hotels and different things like that, so it was hard for him to serve him, Kemmunity, and Riot. You know what I mean? Because I brought up the paperwork of the California case, the 2019 case, and all three of them were implicated in that case. And he was trying to sue any one of them. So any one of them he would have been able to see and reach to serve. He'd have been able to serve so he was suing because he said he invested $100 and something thousand, I think 110,000 or something like that, upwards of $100,000. And they promised him like money back and different things, and he funded a lot of things and a lifestyle and many things that he did, but they kicked him out. He was homeless, all types of situations, and he was trying to fight for his money for a while. You know what I'm saying? If you ever go to I think his name is Crypto King, I'll get his name on social media, but yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy, but he ended up dying like through the vac, through the you know what I'm talking about, through that time. And I think he ended up dying or something like that through
he passed away. Yeah,
man, he passed away. I think through an asthma attack or something.
Yeah, I think it was due to that. What's going on right now, and complications from his asthma.
Yeah. So yeah, man. So that's sad.
But it was unfortunate because. But did you hear her mention California though? She said because he has something in California as well. Can we add that?
Yeah, he got some things going on.
And he also. People need to understand he's also a convicted felon already. Yeah. Don't ever take that out of account. He's not like one of those people who has a clean record and you can say, well, he's not known for this. The only thing they have to do is follow the trail.
Mm-hmm. Everybody join us live, man. You already know this ain't no personal panels. This is the jury panel. We all can chop it up, come up and talk and just, let's be respectful of each other. But talk your talk, man. Talk your talk, man. This is what it's all about. It's about us speaking our minds on topics. No matter what it's not about no biased panels or no biased thing. It's just like a jury too. So everybody should be entitled to have their own opinion. Some people going to say he should walk. Some people going to say no. It's just like a jury. So we want that. You know what I'm saying? It's not about being biased. I don't want nobody to have just biasness in this, us being biased towards things and situations, because everybody is, supposed to have their due process, and everybody is innocent till proven guilty in the courts. So we do get that, So anybody that want to speak about it, you can speak your mind, because this is what it's about. It's not about one person's view. And many people are trying to silence us talking about, you can't talk about a case if you ain't family or all type of shit. Stop. We could talk about stuff, we can most definitely put our minds around situations and see what we think about stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
I agree. And you know what's crazy is that everybody was going around saying they dropped all his charges. The charges dropped. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? Like, he actually had charges added.
Polight is good though. He spun it. The way he spun things, that's like he was like cyber defamation litigation. It's not a cyber defamation litigation. That's not a real thing, but it's a cyber litigation, and the people causing it and they're doing a defamation. So you just the words are like, what? Man, people are like, what? Cyber litigation? The hell? What is that? Let me go delete my videos for the cyber litigation. So you know what I'm saying? It's like he's very, very good at what he does. He's a wordsmith. But if you really sometimes listen to a wordsmith or people that's real fast talkers, if you really slow down and rewind their conversations or something, you're like, I really fell for this shit right here. So you start to really see the real truth. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know though.
Yeah, it didn't turn out how he wanted it to come. I'll tell you that.
Convicted felon, but
it didn't turn out how he thought it was because he really thought he was gonna walk.
He had no murder case, man. He had no damn murder case. We were talking about that shit too, man. When he went on Vlad, I want to hear that shit. What body he caught in the 90s? I'm from Brooklyn, y'all. What body he caught in the 90s? He lying, man. Sometimes you get caught up. Your people's probably did some shit. He probably got caught up around some shit. I don't know what happened with that, but I know for a fact his ass ain't catch no scrappings. He ain't do that. Polight ain't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because why would you go around talking that shit, man? People that catching murders and shit like that, I grew up around people just from like, for back in the days and shit like that. OGs be real. But the people that was like that, they never acted like that. You'd be like, this guy's a killer? Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? You'll never know. They nice, cool, give you their last dollar. You know what I'm saying? A killer don't act like a goddamn killer, right? So how the hell do killers go around killing? Because they act like killers. You know what I'm saying? So people that making that energy is like you're portraying that you want to be a killer. Like, come on, man. Who the hell want to be a killer?
Nobody. And most of the time, people who gave out that energy as a young kid, they're trying to even it out. They trying to do better. They trying to give back. They trying to make sure the karma that they get ain't gonna be so bad. Like people who actually live that life is not claiming to live that life. They don't want to live that life. Some of them had no choice So for him to infiltrate something that he's truly not, and then his narcissistic behind acting like, oh yeah, like he's a narcissist.
Yeah, he a full blown narc. But guess
He
what?
is a narcissist.
Full
Like
blown narc. He's a full
he is blatantly trying to twist
blown.
everything to make it work in his favor, to make everybody look at something like, oh, maybe he's right. Maybe he is right. He's a
Ain't right.
finesser.
Shout out to Benita. Benita live with us too. But like they confirmed, remember the lawyer said that
What up?
the semen was on the girl and all that shit, and I didn't hear nobody argue that. Did anybody argue that in the court? I heard that part. I didn't hear no arguments from the defense. That was mentioned in the court. They said, first of all, he had semen and DNA on the girl and all that. They said the lawyer said all of that. I heard all of that in the court. I didn't hear no. If y'all heard this, please, I might have to get on my Kev Gill shit. Please drop a one in the motherfucker.
I heard it, and he was like, "Oh, why are we bringing that up right now? Why are we bringing that up right now?" So they didn't deny.
That's a fact. Nobody denied that, and especially in court, right? To not say something or not to not agree or not say anything in court is to agree with something. So you have to fight against something. That's the whole point of it. You know what I mean? So if they say something about you, this is legal shit. So if they come around, who the hell is you doing this shit right here? And you sit back like this.
Why he should have used his sovereignty and stood behind like once you enter into the, you know how they say come inside and you sit down. Once you enter in there, you give up your sovereignty. So ain't he on that sovereignty shit? Why he just didn't spit that sovereignty law shit?
It's crazy. It's crazy. Shout out to Miss Mental, top of the tops. You can hear us? Say something so we can hear you. We can't hear you.
This guy's a clown, man. Use that sovereignty, nigga. Why don't you spit them facts, bro?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Peace. Welcome. They put the floor. I like to welcome everybody with the roses on the floor like King Jaffe Joe. It's coming to America. What's up? How you feeling? We can hear you, Queen. How you feeling?
Is it staticky? Because it's staticky on my end.
A little bit. Might be if you come out and come back in, it might fix it for a little bit. Come back in, come out. Probably if she come back in, come back out. It might fix it. Because that's what it be sometimes. Boy, though,
How
man.
do you feel about it? What do you think?
How do I feel?
Yeah.
I know that semen and all that wasn't argued. So all the people that were saying about that, like, yo, you see what I'm saying? Look, the semen was dropped and all of this was dropped. I'm like, what? I never heard nothing about the semen drop. So that was crazy.
I explained to dude yesterday, like, bruh, you can't first of all, there's no such charge for semen.
Right?
Like you can't charge, like that's not the charge. They dropped the higher charges, the first degree charges, the felony shit for lower charges because the DA want to make sure that they put the right shit on him. If you try him wrong, he can very well be guilty but get off on a technicality. So that's why they didn't drop the semen. How you drop a semen? Like, what the fuck are you talking? Like,
you the only one that dropped the semen. Ain't nobody
right. Like
he is. That's why we in this case right now because he dropped.
People gotta.
What's wrong, Scott?
People gotta go study what laws is, what shit really mean because you can't drop the semen. How you drop the semen? Like, what the fuck are we talking?
I was literally arguing back and forth.
What are you doing, guy? That's
what we're asking. Was going back and forth with people in the chat. I think it was under Queen Throne. Probably. I was in the chat and it was like, oh, they dropped the semen and stuff like that. I'm like, wait.
I was on Panda. I was on Queenstone.
I know. I saw you.
And it was going bucky. People was like, I was like, what? Nah, son.
Like, no. I said, what case? I said, from this day forward, I want receipts. I don't want to hear say nothing because y'all over here making up stuff.
Damn, I gotta get the receipts now. That should go start typing.
People on the internet are bugged out, like we fucking crazed about sitting and watching people discuss other people, and then we start making up shit in our own mind and about what shit is. And nigga, you talking street shit. This is like court, in the court of fucking law, nigga. How do they use the court of law? Like, and we sitting here talking about, oh, they dropped the semen. No, the fucking DA went for a lesser of a charge because they didn't want to not get the higher charge and look like idiots in court. So they said, we got, like, when you a DA, you charge that person with whatever you can charge. You throw the book at them if you can. Then when y'all go to the arraignment, you may drop some stuff because you find out you may not be able to get it to stick. That's what they do. And they still are, yes, they still are very serious charges. It's not like the nigga got off and they was like, oh, we dismissing shit. They didn't dismiss the case. They didn't dismiss this nigga. Like, he's still in court for some very serious shit. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? I think there's some sick ass people in our community.
You think? I know. There's sick people in this community, and each of those charges is a 15-year minimum. They don't realize that. This dude can do some years. I just saw somebody dancing inside of your chat, saying, "Oh, he got off," and then
that's Lil Milk. That's Lil Milk Burp. Lil Milk Burp. Shout out Lil Milk Burp, one of the official community trolls. You know, you got to keep a couple good trolls around. You know what I mean? You need a good troll. You need a good laugh with the trolls.
Yes, Tasha management. The new charges are child molestation, and it could be due to lack. Yes, so like there's different charges for different acts. So because he didn't penetrate her, you can't say it was like sexual. Like, you can't call it something. You got to call it the right thing to get the right charge to stick. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She's correct. When you overcharge, you have a higher burden. But if you charge
exactly
accurately as to what is on that report, which is what I'm assuming that information that she filed yesterday finally with the court, or 2 days, whatever, 3 days ago, was the actual total probable cause that they had to arrest. So if what she gathered and what she charged him with is sexual battery, but she doesn't have evidence of penetration, she's gonna have to go down to molestation because
he tried to
right.
Yeah, you know.
If you read the arrest report clearly, it says that the girl blacked out. So let's say I went to the police and said, I know that this happened, but I blacked out. And the person comes forth and says, no, that did not happen. She was blacked out. None of that happened. If I admitted to being blacked out, how can I say that anything happened when I was blacked out? You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly. They gotta make it make sense.
Mm-hmm. But the reason I'm sorry.
And Florida is the wrong state for a nigga to want to do some shit in.
That's the worst place. That's
and
the
no,
worst.
Texas and Florida, Alabama, state of fuck, Mississippi, state of fuck,
Alabama. You named all them places. That's the right places you all named. But even Florida got the conviction rate. I watched a sentence the other day, like maybe a couple weeks ago. It was a white boy, but he was young, like probably like 15, 16 at the time. But he was driving. I don't know if he was playing around on the road. He was driving, but he hit somebody and killed somebody though. But he was mad young and just playing around. And the judge was like trying to give him plead a case from the judge. I'd never seen this shit. The judge was like making a case for this guy. He was like, he's a young white kid, blue eyes white kid. And he was like, you know, he was like 18 at the time of the trial now, but he was like 16, I think, at the time when the accident happened. And he killed a mother and he killed, I think, a child too, or hit the child. It was crazy. But the judge was like, you know, I know you didn't mean it like that, I think, and you was young. Angie, what up? Pull up. Everybody pull up. You know, we all welcome to lift our voices on topics, any topic. You know what I'm saying? So he like, yo, you know, I think to give you life, you know what I mean? Maybe you could rehabilitate yourself. I mean, but it's like, you know, I think you didn't mean it, but, you know, here, after he said all that shit, making the case, he's like, you know, but here in the state of Florida, we're here to convict, you know. He was just here to convict, man. After he said all that, that's what he said, that the man said 2 sentences, and then the kid had like 20 years, 24 years, I think he ended up getting. And he gave the kid 24 years, saying that Florida is all about conviction, man. He's like, you know, kind of like, yo, my hands is tied in like Florida. You know what I mean? Even though I know you was young at this time when it happened, and I don't believe you really wanted to do this, and you could learn from it. So I think to put you away forever for this would be wrong of the court, I think. You know what I'm saying? But here and gave him like 24 years. Okay, hold that. Bang. I was like,
Put into account that Polight is a convicted felon. They're gonna look at all this stuff. They're gonna gather up everything that's involving him, his scams, his personality, what he presented to them, not just in the courtroom, but in his personal life. They use social media to get these rappers in jail. Do you honestly think that little old brother Polight is not gonna go to jail? I'm tired of people putting this false narrative that, oh, watch what he get off. Who is he? He is not who you think. It's because in your mind you think he's bigger than life. The professionals, the actual law, don't look at Brother Polight as nothing. They look at him as who he is and what he's being presented as.
How sick you gotta be to say watch he get off? Like, considering the charges. Like, they didn't charge him with robbing a fucking candy store. Okay? Like, these are serious fucking charges, allegations, and all this shit. And we talking about niggas talking about, oh, watch when you get off. Like, nigga, let's watch for you. Like, we watching your ass now because you might be down with this shit.
I honestly think people are saying watch that he gets off is because the mishandling of the prosecution. Like, they should have filed a motion, stating that he was not a Florida resident. That would have been able to, get a bond revoked, being that he would be a flight risk. So I don't think people saying, it's some people out here who are
Honey, they know
saying watch he get off because they're fans. There's some people saying that watch he get off because they're fans, but there's some people
police report.
Yes, now it is, but they said it wasn't on the original. From what I understand, I didn't get to see the Zoom, but I'm just going by word of mouth.
He got 46K.
And they were saying that the prosecution, didn't handle it correctly because it's like they was trying to hit the judge with all this stuff out the blue instead of bringing it forth to the table. And I know sometimes they do that because they don't want the attorney to have a chance to fight or counter it.
The recording of the
So
Zoom
I
is
think
on
that's
my
why
page.
some people.
If you want to watch it,
I'm gonna have to check it out. Can you post
I don't
the
have
link
many
in the
videos.
chat so I can check
I only got on YouTube since this started. Yeah, I put it in the chat, but you could put it. Let me see. It's just on my page. I don't know. I'm not a YouTuber, but it's there. I posted it.
You?
I'm gonna have to check your page out. What's your page?
Monumental Enterprises.
Okay, I'm gonna try to look you up. Monumental Enterprises.
The other thing I wanted to
what's that?
Yes, I wanted to come on here because so I am in a legal field here in Florida, but and this is very passionate to me because I'm the one in my family who calls out chesters, molesters, rapists, whoever, anyone near or around me in my
email me
family
because we need a specialist.
So
yes.
I got online recently when all of this came about, and I do back in the day when Pharaoh and Gills and then was ganging up on him. I remember I remember a lot of that, expose about him. Now, what I wanted, okay, I'll send it to your email. Now, what I wanted to get online today to talk about was, I believe that I seen a video in that Brother Polight had Michael Noack had a warrant out in Alabama due to fraudulent charges. So I don't know if that is an F warrant or not, or if Alabama needs, to get the head that he's actually here, because if he has open fraud charges in Alabama, then this doesn't go away. So once he deals with, the yokes him up and he deals with Alabama. So I'm not 100% sure, if that's a fact. But when I did my research on here, it looked like as of March last year, 2020, that he was issued a felony arrest warrant for fraud in Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama. I'm not in Alabama. Maybe you can find someone in that area that can do legal research and find out. I mean, it's a pretty it's a free service that they can go to the courthouse and just Google stat, I mean, not Google search, but ask for a search in regards to his name, and if there's information or an issue report filed, then they can give it to them. But I just don't know if anyone's heard about that.
I remember seeing that because they had the mug shot with his hairline and all that pushed back. But I know in some cases, in most cases when you have a warrant, they're supposed to hold you for that county you have a warrant in. But I have seen people slip through the cracks. Sometimes the court don't notice that I guess they won't notice that you have the warrant until you're out on bond. Because I remember it was a guy, I think he had it might have been a burglar charge or something like that, but he was in jail for another different dispute, and they didn't. I guess they didn't do it the right way, or didn't know that he had a violation or something, because he had probation, I think, in 2 separate counties. So he was able to get out after he did, I guess, did his little time for the offense he had. But when he got out, he I guess somebody brought it to the probation officer's attention. Then they issued another warrant for another violation. So it could be something that they missed. But if he keep getting all these slips and misses, I mean, it's just crazy. And I think the saddest part about this, you see, they put so much effort in things like crimes that's non-violent, but it seems like when it comes to children, it's like they just want to give people a slap on the wrist. And anybody who has children, and I know all of us, even if we don't have children of our own, we have children in our family. Stuff like that make you upset when you hear people getting off like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Somebody is asking for the prosecutor's name. I don't even think I remember the prosecutor's name, but I know that the judge's name is Judge William Atfield. They even left the phone number. I got his phone numbers and all that right here. This nigga's serious.
Yeah.
And shout out to the community. Great people and great leaders in the chat. Shout out to Angelica Diallo. She be most definitely on it. Saida came up with some good intel from the other day. Shout out to Miss Monumental Enterprises on YouTube as well. Mr. C rocking with us. Anita, Apple Bum, what's going on? The vibe. And Nick will be spoken word channel. Make sure you subscribe to all those channels. Yeah, man, everybody welcome to come join us and come build with us and come talk with us. Everybody, man. John, all of y'all, man. You're welcome, man. Come join us.
Honestly,
and come
I believe that the community needs to get involved, like hit up the court that he's going to be in and put it in place. Because that would help too. Like everybody needs to get involved with this case because he's too confident. And I feel like it's only because people are quiet and complacent in these type of activities in the Black community. The moment that we show that we're not having it is the moment that these things will be addressed the right way.
I agree with that. I agree with that totally. You know what I'm saying? But it's about us standing up as a community of respect. You know what I'm saying? It's not about us taking the law in our own hand and running down and locking the nigga up and saying nigga jail. You know what I'm saying? Because we ain't doing that. But in this situation, just like a person's your family member, and we talking about something that the family talking about or some shit. We could discuss shit, man. Because as a global family, we are a global family. Whether some of our people be bugging or not, we all are family, man. Regardless. And we all got a family members or something. Nah, I ain't fuck with them. We all got that. But we can't be siding with this type shit, right?
Shout out all the mothers and the fathers and the aunties and the cousins who stand up and stick up for children who speak out, because there are, sad because I wouldn't even believe it, but I know there are mothers who tell their kids they don't want to hear it. There's mothers who tell them go in your room. Like there's mothers who tell them go talk to somebody else about that. Like there's mothers literally diss their children for their brothers, husbands, boyfriends, whoever is out here touching on them, and that's what drove me into this online situation with Lenoit, because that mother stood up. And one thing I know is that there's like your other callers saying, there's men out here saying, oh, get off, oh, you don't know nothing until this case is. What I do know is there's a man charged with it, and there's a lot to take on a charge involving a minor. There's a lot to that. They're not just going to throw these charges at people.
Yes. So imagine the guy that came on the other day. I was here. It was a guy came on. His name is Drama House Big Hen, right? This is the first time I met him. You know what I mean? He got a channel. You know what I mean? He got a decent amount of little subscribers. Maybe like a couple thousand or so. But he came on the platform. It was me and two other women, two queens was on the panel with me. QI. And Angelica was on there, you know what I mean? Angelica right there in the chat. She was on there with me too as well. And we were talking to him, and he was like making these cases for Polight, you know what I'm saying? So be like, I like people to speak their own mind. So, the queens was talking with him too, you know what I'm saying? Asking him a few questions and stuff like, since he was saying how he was just coming in, being disrespectful to in some ways, but the queens were still rocking with him though, you know what I mean? Still talking with him, trying to get into his mind and stuff like that. And he was like, nah, he tried to make like, listen though. So if the mother gave away the child, right? So he asked them a question, but then asked me the same question. He was like, so if this mother came and gave you this child, you know what I'm saying? Who's wrong? You or the mother? I said, first of all, I'm wrong. Okay, because this mother could be a goddamn fool right now, but that don't make me a fool to do no dumb shit like that. So I don't care about what who doing. It's my ownership I have to take, is what I said. That's my answer. I said, I'm the one to blame. I would take that as blame of me. Right. So then he was making these cases. So then he was making all these cases and he was asking the women questions and attacking them a little bit. So they was like, okay, can I ask you a question? All right. Do you have daughters? And it was just quiet like that for a minute. And then he was like, nah. And then he made a joke. So then, and then he was trying to attack the women still. So I'm like, you know what? Maybe you got to go, bro. Because they asking you if you got daughters and you can't even answer this question. You know what I mean? That's kind of weirding me out because that's something you're supposed to be proud of your kids, period. You know what I mean? So regardless of what, so you're not saying something and then you saying something like, yo, if the mother came but brought the kid to you, like, who's wrong? You or the mother? Okay, so if you was the brother to that mother, how would you feel? I was like, first of all, period. I'd be feeling wrong, bad, everything, bro. In any situation, what are you talking about? Period. You know what I'm saying? But he was making a case. So the women was like, wait a minute, you sound like you would do this shit. You sound like that. Wait a minute, you got daughters? And then he wouldn't answer for a minute. And then after a while, I was like, bro, you're gonna have to go probably, man. Then he was like, all right, nah, man, I got 3 daughters. I was like, what?
What?
Yo, so I'm like, yo, shit be
My issue with
weird
that
out here.
is that he's over here saying like, okay, well, if I do this, that's on the mom. That's not on me. So if
Yes,
I get a little arousal from your 14-year-old or 13-year-old and I decide
yes,
to act on it, then I mean, that's not my fault. That's the
yes.
mom's fault for trusting me
I'm
with her.
old. So let's
That's
say your daughter is wearing something. So let's say you got this guy right here and he dealing with you, right? And it ain't even got to be no big thing. Let's say your daughter just, you know what I mean? She in the house, she wearing a little clothes, she in the house, he watching, he doing all kind of creepy shit. Come on, man. What's going on? You see what I'm saying? We got to watch type people like this. We don't know what's going on with people. People be
But
thinking
like,
really weird.
yo,
Really weird.
that sounds so fucking crazy. Like, what
What?
the fuck?
I was like, what, son? No, he went worse than YK. YK was on his
son,
shit. YK had the reins. YK the truth had the reins going in there. Son, I was arguing with him on panels like, bro, what are you talking about? You got daughters? I'm the one who asked him the daughter question. You got daughters, bro? I asked him that shit. But he was like different. I was like, wait a minute,
he
bro.
said. YK the truth even said that she wanted it.
He said that to me, man. I'm the one who asked him on Sweet
I
Mama.
know. I was
he
watching.
said that? He
What?
said the little girl wanted it.
He said the girl could have got drunk and the girl could have set him up. She could have did this. He said the girl could have set up Polight. Once he said that, I was done. I was livid, bro.
Son, yo,
I was livid when he said that to me. That's what made me ask him. I said, yo, wait a minute, you got kids, bro? And he was like, yeah, I got, but he ain't act like this guy. He was like, yes, I got my daughters. I got 3 daughters. He had 3 daughters just like the guy did. He said, I have 3 daughters. Facts. So I was like, yo, so if you want to go out there and go do what you, I said, so what happens if your daughter come home, her clothes all looking all wrinkled, all type of shit, looking like pulled up and shit? What would you do? He was like, man, I'm going outside to go handle my goddamn business. I'm like,
no,
so
he not.
I said,
No,
so
he
how you going to handle your business, but you can't, but you telling everybody else that we can't handle our business if we got a person predator and a person, a family member of ours, a friend of ours. Doesn't matter if that person's a family member of ours. It don't matter.
No. Listen, he's a predator. He's a damn predator himself. Yo, can't no young girl, can't no child seduce no grown ass man
Wow.
into doing something that he know
Facts.
this is statutory rape, my nigga. So you telling me a little child can make you fucking go to jail for life? You don't have no self-control as a man to say, hell nah, this is wrong. I cannot fucking do this. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
That's what you
I
post.
would listen, I can't say this online, but nigga, that nigga would be, his dick would be in the dirt. Okay.
I just want to say also, the Fountain Blue Hotel where the mother's hotel room is by no means no small rinky-dink hotel. So if she needed him to take her to get food, I completely understood that, because there's 2 towers, first of all, at that hotel. That hotel has 7 or more pools. It's a very big hotel, very expensive hotel. So if she said, yeah, you can take her downstairs to get something to eat, trust me, I understand that. There's a few restaurants in there. Maybe they didn't want to order room service or whatever, but maybe he needed to take her down to the lobby. I completely understand that. But not to take her off the premises, not to take her anywhere outside, not to take her to his room or another hotel room, not to take her to Club 11, not to do anything of the sort. I could listen, if she was with that man for a year and that man said that he loves her motherly attributes online publicly, that's why he loves her. Because obviously, if you love a woman's motherly attributes, that's a mama bear. That ain't no slacker. You know what I'm saying? So she probably did allow him to take her downstairs to get some food. Now that's where his fuckery came in.
But everything, the whole setup, him even being with the lady, that is all a game. So
For
him
sure.
calling these women his wives and shit, that's
He's
the
a
comfort. That's to
high-end
get
escort.
close. That's to make you think like, oh, he's like a dad figure, so nothing's wrong with this and nothing's wrong with that because he dated my mom. And you start to get comfortable and thinking that this nigga really is. No, he's trying to get you and your fucking baby. Like, fuck that.
About dating single mothers with children, specifically daughters. He talked about grooming young girls on that book that they had exposed him on. Like he's a high-end escort provider, service, whatever you want to call it, pimp, whatever. You get the women, you book them out. You get the women, you book them out. So if you can groom them, which like Renentet, Tajane Barnes, or whatever, if you can groom them to be into that lifestyle, by all means, that's how he eats. That's how he gets his money, by using women to take from men. And you'll every time that someone has exposed him, it has been on some clout chasing, dick riding, grouping type of situation. He had to groupie these millionaires to become friends with them first. And how do you groupie millionaires? Sex, drugs, rock and roll.
Yeah, but you know
I
what?
got close to Kevin Hart ex-wife too.
I'm sorry?
Kevin Hart ex-wife, Tori Hart. They was finessing her. That was in her pockets too.
He don't be playing. That man don't play. He's serious about his business. That man is serious about his scamming business. He is the king of the scam, straight up. King of the scam. And he's still coming out with it. He say all that shit, and then he say, go to Polight.com. You know what the fuck going on. You know what the fuck going on. But, you know, this shit is crazy, though.
I like to say this too. When she brought up the topic about how men are grooming these young women, young children and stuff of that thing. That when you see things like that going on, and you see a woman, child in danger, it's best when the woman speak up, because I think women take advice from other women better, or receive it better than they would from a woman from a man. Because for some reason, it seems like when a man, I give an example. I was dating a woman a while back, and she had, I think her daughter was like 12 or 13 at the time. And she used to be on the street real late at night. And I remember telling her, like, hey, these dudes out here, it be grown men trying to holler at these children. She don't need to be out there. Oh, I trust my child. She's scared of say it. I'm like, come on now, you sound crazy. I'm like, you're 20, well, I think at the time she was like 26, 21. I was like, you're 25, 26 with a 13-year-old child. So you was a baby having a baby. Why would you want your daughter to go out like that? You know how you thought when you was a child? You know what I'm saying? You were misinformed. You didn't know what was going on. Don't have her out there like that. Oh, I trust my baby. You don't know what you're talking about. Fast forward maybe 5 months later, she pregnant.
Damn.
by
somebody who was like 20 years old.
Look at that.
I have a son, and I don't let my son roam around like that. Like,
exactly,
he gets taken. He got a driver that take him to school. He get dropped off at the like. I don't do no playing.
Scary out here,
you
man.
know,
And that's a boy.
yeah, and it's like, if you try to step
Wow.
in and say, well, you're not her daddy, you're not her. So, it's kind of like you just have to leave it alone and let it play out how it play out. Because, I mean, even with my wife, she had a younger cousin, and she was over one time, and I heard a phone conversation she was having. I'm like, when you weren't here, she be having some, some pretty, bold conversations on that phone. It's not my place to say nothing to her, but you need to go in there and check that. Oh, no, I said, nah, trust me. I know what I heard. I know I'm not tripping. Fast forward maybe a year or two later, they're posting videos of her having sex on social media.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? And it broke my wife hard, because I know she probably thinking like, damn, I should have listened. And I said, I told you about a year ago, I heard when she was talking on the phone telling somebody, you so nasty. I wanted to go in there and say, who the fuck on it? You know what I mean? I really wanted to go in there, but that could have got flipped any kind of way. So I said, hey, you need to go in there and check that. I know what I heard. She ended up talking to boys, and they got a lot of bass in their voice. They sound like grown men. Oh no, I don't think she's like that. I trust her, and she's been through a lot. I'm like, look, Fuck all that. You need to go in there and check
Nah,
that
I
shit.
mean it'd be a balance of both. Like, you know
But
what
I've
I'm
seen
saying?
that a
Like,
lot.
I don't
That a lot.
excuse women who are unattentive to their children, who, you know what I'm saying, who don't care what they doing, who don't check their homework. I'm all up in my son's stuff. I'm all in his business. Like a motherfucker. Oh, let me see that homework. Let me see your book. Let me see your work that you did. I need to see everything. Let me see your phone. Let me see your social media. All
Oh
that
yeah.
shit. Like, we can't be dismissive of our children because we want to be clubbing and shaking our ass and we into our own shit too. Like the women, some women are to blame. We should take accountability of how we raise our children too. Like, it's like a two-way thing. You know what I'm saying? But some cases, like, you can raise your children with the utmost respect, give them everything they need. You really handling your business, and they'll still veer off. But it won't be as serious as going to jail, robbing somebody, killing somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
They might smoke a little weed, have a little sip of drink or some shit.
Hey, good
But
morning,
they
everybody.
not finna be doing no wild shit.
Top of the top. Top of the
Good
top,
morning.
G.
Good,
What's
good
up, G?
morning, everybody.
You can hear us, Gary?
Me?
We hear you.
Oh, nothing, man.
We hear you
You know, I
loud and
was
clear.
listening. Yes, it's me.
What's up, Gary?
I was listening to the sister, man, and I was just like that with my daughter. No, we was living in L.A. We was living in L.A. You know, and I used to be real overprotective of my daughter, and you know, take her to school all the way to like junior high. We would take her to school, pick her up, take her to school, pick her up, and then when she wanted to go to school by herself, so we moved to Lancaster. That's like almost 90 miles away from in the desert, you know, to be safe. And so she was going to school by herself. You know, let her catch the bus and go to school and come back. And Lancaster, California is where they released all the sex at the time because they ran them out. They ran them out, and so people were protesting about they were releasing too many child registered sex offenders in Lancaster. And so I was kind of shaky much about it. And one of my daughter's classmates was coming home one day, and a guy black, you know, kidnapped her and took her to the desert and raped her. And she was like 16 years old. And the guy that had HIV. He had this broke man. Then I started getting on like a campaign. You know, I realized how serious it was. You know, your daughter, you can watch your kids, man, 24 hours a day and let them out your sight for one day and something bad happens. So, that mother, I don't blame that mother, because I've dated women before with children. I don't blame that mother. That probably was a good mother because she took that girl to the hospital. That I heard, Polight, he wasn't supposed to leave that hotel with that girl. He's supposed to go downstairs and get something to eat. You know, I just don't know, man. You can trust your kids around people. They'll make you a bad person, but you just got to watch the peer. So obviously she knew him, but she didn't feel comfortable with him going with her daughter like that because she was upstairs and I heard he left with the daughter. You know, that was his wicked intentions. You know, but I just don't see how anybody with kids can make excuses for something like that because that hurts. You know, like when people said I heard a lot of that. When, what's his name? George Floyd called for his mother. Every mother in the world, every black mother in America heard that man cry. When that little 10-year-old girl like that, I felt because when my daughter was 14, she was a baby. Man, I got a old granddaughter, man, and I still money for dogs, man. Those are kids. You know, those are kids. I don't care how might have pretty they got this or that, but you should look at a child like a woman, like little girls tell me they got boobs, they got behind. Something wrong with them, man. Like any man, a man will tell you, don't think like that. 90% of the men would kill you over their mom or their wife or their daughter. That sick 10% that does stuff like that and give all men because remember now, you can take the worst criminals and put them in prison and they'll kill it. You know, that's what I'm saying. But you know, I just feel so bad for that baby.
I feel bad for the mom too because imagine what's on her head, what's going on in her mind. Like she probably feels like
The
the
mother
worst parent in the
probably
world.
trusted Polight. Yes.
Yeah, because I mean, he don't even really come off like that as somebody who will mess with a child. Is when you look at persona, but you these days you never know when somebody just that scurvy like that and they move like that. You just gotta watch them, and it's a sad situation that went down like that. And I know she you know she's heartbroken over the situation. I know she feel like she failed her child in so many ways, but I mean, you know, hopefully, you know, some kind of justice is brought to this situation and they stop being so sloppy in the court.
Yeah, so if I don't know if we had brought this up before, Shooter, but
Mm-hmm.
remember that video of that Zion Lex posted when he was on the couch with him and it was two other girls and Polight.
Mm-hmm.
The girl that he had his arm around is the mother of the child we speaking on right now, right? But if you go back and look at that video, look how she, like, that must have been like the beginning stages or whatever, I don't know, but look how she's looking. You know what I'm saying? One of them girls cried too because they knew what the dude was saying was true, and
Yeah.
they knew that Polight was finessing them. So, you know, it gets deep when you go into the women's backgrounds and how they was raised and what they going through, and you know, whatever he telling them to make them feel comfortable, like, we don't know. So we can't just, like, we can't bash the women, like nobody's bashing them anyway, but we got to really stick to the topic at hand, that this man took this young child out of a situation that he knew he shouldn't have done, and he did things with this child and he tried to cover it up, but the mother wasn't having it. She did the right thing and she went to the authorities, and now is where it's at. So we cannot keep trying to say what if, and what if the girl wanted it and did this not, and this charge got dropped. We just explained why they went for lesser charges. Like let's stop doing that, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I
But
honestly
basically,
feel bad for the mom too, because people are like trying to, like, certain people are trying to
shame
tear
her.
her name down and shame her. But imagine being a mom and you trust a guy who you've been with for a year, and you just tell them, and she was telling him that, oh, hold on one sec, let me get myself together. And the daughter said, I'm hungry, and we're just going. He said, yes, I'm just going downstairs. We're just going downstairs to meet everybody in the group. It was a group of people. All of a sudden, when they go downstairs, oh, nobody's there. So he
This
just
nigga missing.
and all of a sudden he goes and do whatever he want to do. The mother was calling him and texting him and said, she said, if you don't bring my daughter back, I'm calling the police. And that's why he hurried up and stuck his fingers down her throat and whatever, because he knew that something else was going to happen. When he brought that girl to that back to her mom, the way she was, the mom did the right thing. She went
Yes, she
straight to the hospital.
yes
I
she
would
did.
feel like ultra shiznai. First of all, just for like, oh my god, I had lapse of judgment. Oh my gosh, like I would feel like a terrible mom. I put my child in this situation and people are blaming me, and I did everything. I brought my child with me everywhere I went. I did everything I could to protect her. I trusted the wrong person, and now my daughter suffers from it. And then people are downing her. I would. It's not an easy subject. It's not easy for you guys to even swallow. Imagine a mom.
So I
Of
wanted to
course.
add,
Yeah, an
here,
underage child cannot give consent to
no, and
shit.
these charges cannot be defended. There's no self-defense of consent. So it doesn't matter if she poured the drink herself. He
It
cannot
is.
defend against lewd and lascivious by saying that the child consented, and he cannot defend by saying, well, I was told she was 18, 21, whatever. Those two defenses are prohibited for lewd and lascivious charges. And one thing, I heard Zion Lex, because he has a relationship with the mother.
Yeah.
I'm assuming due to that interview, state that you will see, or they might show video. I mean, maybe during a trial if they need to, but video of her and him fighting in the hotel because she
Hotel
wants to
room.
go call the law and he doesn't want to let her. Fountain
Yeah.
Blue has plenty of cameras, so if that is the case, she will
It's,
have that evidence. Today,
mhm.
the state attorney did mention 6 charges. Or if you look at his
Mhm.
information, it'll say 5. It does sound like the state is going to add taking of the minor child, because it sounds like
Mhm.
if you heard her say that today, she read 6 charges. one of them being a misdemeanor, but taking of the minor child might have been that $5,000 bond that they were talking about, because that's not included on the information, but it probably will be updated. The way she said 6 charges. So right now it still shows the 5, which are 4 lascivious and lewd and lasciviousness, and the 1 misdemeanor for contributing delinquency of a minor. But I believe those are only 5. So I do believe they're going to add the taking of the child from the parent, from the custodial parent.
That's lightweight kidnapping, bruh.
That's what that
Yeah,
is.
that is exactly what that is. That's another form of kidnapping, basically. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why
I
I'm
heard
like,
them say that too. They're adding a 6th charge regarding the kidnapping.
That's
I
what they
was
was.
That she just added it. She said she
They was
just added
fighting at
it.
the end, right? That's what they was fighting at the end a little bit, right? A little struggle at
Yeah,
the
they
end.
were adding that. She
Yeah.
read off 6 charges. She didn't read that per se by the code, but there 6 felonies and 1 misdemeanor are still in the books. Right now it shows 4 felonies and 1 misdemeanor. So I'm sure that they're going to add that 5th felony on there, because he definitely bonded him with that.
That was that $5,000 charge. That
Yes.
extra $5,000 charge.
Yes. You'll see the court system updated soon.
And people are over here chilling in this nasty, dusty, big lip,
Perverted, molesting.
perverted, sick-minded, evil
It's
twerp.
That's what hurts me the most, to hear men say, well, we got to wait till it all comes out. No, I don't see any charges on your jacket involving minors. You don't have to wait. There's people like them and there's people like us. That's it. Either them and their, the matter of fact, I think it was his best friend Inky who said it the best. When he goes to jail, there's going to be people that don't fuck with them type of people. That's us. We don't fuck with them type of people. But there's always those Inkies and people who know shit and still ride around with those, because trust me, I'm dealing with it in my own family. I have a family member right now, Raymond Rivera in Pennsylvania, who literally, I was texting him, cussing him out about everything I knew, and he tried to come back at me in that same day. This is how good karma works. That same day he got picked up. And guess who's going to court today? He got court today. Raymond Rivera in Pennsylvania. I'm that type of person that will out the closest people to me, because I'm not going to sit there and say nothing about nobody else's family if I don't check my own first.
exactly.
Well, that's real, sister. That's serious. It's true though. Very true. Damn. That's why you got to do, man. You got to call that shit out, man. You can't hold that thing back.
To
You got
their face.
Yes,
I don't mean
to the world. Like, excuse me, this you leave me like this, tapping on the mic. Is this thing on? Hey, as soon as you get a fucking speaker, say your shit. As soon as you get a goddamn speaker, you got to speak your voice and talk up. You know what I'm saying? Start talking up and exposing these people. And this is how we're going to get certain things out of our community. You know what I mean? Regardless of how this case turns out, we know for a fact that this also has lifted up a lot of people to start speaking about their own personal traumas that they've even went through in their life. You know what I mean? Even in the chats, a lot of people during this whole time was speaking about their own situations, their own issues. So, you know, a shout out to everybody that, you know, been expressing their own, you know, their own issues as well, and things that they've been dealing with throughout childhood. You know what I mean? We had Miss Embassy. She was on earlier. She said that these things, type of things happened in her household by like her stepfather, and she was 11 years old. You know what I mean? And then she went into saying that, you know, her mother, and because I was talking to her because she was on the stream earlier today. So the one before this, it should be that one, I think. But we were just talking, and she was like, her mother, and I was like, so how did the stepfather get caught? So she was like, he was doing, I was like, how long he was doing this to? She said, from till she was 13 and she was 11 at the time. So I was like, so what? So how did he get caught? Like, what the hell happened? She was like, her mother was going to wash her clothes and stuff, and she found semen in her underwears. And then that's how the whole thing blew up. You see what I'm saying? You see the sick type shit that we dealing with? Like, that's some crazy shit. And that was happening for 2 years or so, son. So this man was literally having sex with this little girl. She was 11 years old. For 2 years, he was having sex with this 11-year-old girl. That's crazy to me.
See, that's some sick shit, right? And then you'll have people who be like, well, what was the little girl wearing around the house?
Ah, man.
What was she,
you know,
like,
everybody pull up, man. I'm going to drop the link again if you don't see it. I didn't mean to cut your wisdom on Bonilla. You could keep
Nah, but it's like once a person says some shit like that, that's who you start like keep an eye on that motherfucker. Like
Oh man.
This shit is time to get weeded out. And then they come in a setting like this, and this is thousands of people, millions of people that's watching, that's listening, that's tuning in, children, all type of shit. Like, that's some sick shit. That's some real sick. That's some Dr. York shit. Like, what the fuck?
Honestly, I want to say this right now to any child, anybody out there who could possibly be going through this or think that you're around somebody like this. This is a public service announcement. Report it. If your parents won't do it, if your mom won't do it, if your aunt won't do it, you do it. You go down there, you do it yourself. You call the police and say, this person right here is doing this. 911. If nobody believes you, then you involve the authorities. Don't ever think that you're alone. You are not alone. And this right here will show you right now, right here and now, that you're not alone. Open, say whatever, scream, run out, scream to a neighbor,
Say it.
bang
Say
on
it.
somebody's door.
Say it.
Whatever you need to do. Don't be afraid. Because they're
Mm-hmm.
more afraid of being caught
Mm-hmm.
than anything.
Mm-hmm. You'd be
So
surprised. Just your word. Sometimes you think, and some people thinking like, damn, what do I do? And sometimes you just feel powerless. Sometimes it's okay that you feel that way, but it's a way sometimes you could just gain your power back. Just because you feel you lost your power, that's the good thing about power, is that you can always take your power back. And sometimes we think, damn, what can we do? Sometimes we trying to find a weapon. You're trying to find every single thing that could stop something. But sometimes, you know what can stop something? Just you speaking up against things. Because even like sometimes, even when you speak up to the bully and you talk up and you speak up, it don't even be no beef no more. Be like, damn, I was getting bullied for 3 weeks or yeah. So one day I spoke up and fought back. It was over. He's cool. Now they give me a piece of fruit, roll-ups, and all types of stuff. Sometimes when you speak up, that is your greatest weapon, is speaking up.
and now they have like these things. I used to work for Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood is not what people think, number one. It's 3% of what they're trying to make illegal. Okay? I'm not saying it, but we have actual situations where we give kids who are potential like being I don't want to say the word. I don't know how I say this. Potential victims. There you
Spell it.
go.
Spell it. We know
Potential
how to spell.
potential victims
Yeah.
of this type of thing. We give them a safe space. Even wives, even girlfriends who are of age, who are in a domestic violence situation where they use a form of abuse by constantly getting you pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
We use a form of stuff like that to help them not, like it's like basically invisible birth control where they won't know. But at the end of the day, we have different things. They have different things for victims of this sort of situation where they can actually come and say, hey, this guy who's with me right now, he is doing this to me. Please do not let him in the room with me. The reason why I keep coming here with these STDs is not because I'm promiscuous. It's because I'm being MOL,
Yes. Yep.
Because that's what happens. They come in there when we see like a girl who's constantly coming in for, then trust and believe somebody is fondling them.
That's sad.
You have to pay attention to all the signs. Like I've seen 12-year-olds come in there pregnant.
Yeah.
And they have to bring their big sister or an older friend to come in there and get whatever they need to get done.
Yeah.
So we need to pay attention to our daughters. We need to ask a whole lot of questions. Like even my daughter, I have 2 daughters, and I talk to my 15-year-old now. She's 15, and I tell her like, listen, we talk about everything, and the reason why I opened that door for a conversation so that she won't feel uncomfortable coming with me about an uncomfortable conversation.
Yeah, we gotta protect our babies, man. They targeting our babies in every way, in every angle. If it ain't through the music, if it ain't through the food, if it ain't through the doctors, if it ain't through the school systems, they are targeting our babies, and we gotta protect the babies.
Yes, we do. And that comes with speak it up. You know what I'm saying? That comes with us speak it up. That's why I always want y'all, the leaders that's in the chats listening. I love y'all listening. I love when y'all writing in, but I love when y'all come and join and come and talk to us. Let us know what you're thinking, because this is what the community is all about. You know, this is what I was inspired to create this. You know what I mean? Like, I seen this going the way this is going, the way this platform is building, just like this is very open. I don't want it to be like anything else that I've seen. I've seen a lot of tragedy going on within our communities just online. You know what I mean? A lot of smearing, a lot of scandalizing people. It's a lot of different things going on out here. I'm talking about children being victims, being blamed, shamed. It's a lot going on out here. You know what I mean? And even speaking with Misunderstood a couple of days ago on the stream, you know, even just how you word things sometimes, you know, even though I wasn't wording nothing no way, I was really speaking about another person's perspective. But even
I
when you're
fell
dealing with a
asleep
person
that night.
that's traumatized, though, when you're dealing with a person that's traumatized by things too, and they look at a situation, you know, if you're not a victim, you don't see it like that. You know what I mean? Even though I didn't feel I was being any way, because I wasn't even talking about my specific mindset on certain things, I was really talking about Sonetta's mind. And you know, but even how she was saying, no, wait a minute, that's blame shifting. You know what I mean? Like, even blame shifting, that was a phrase that I never heard, really. Blame shift. I heard a victim blaming, shaming, and mad stuff, but the way she said it was like, no, that's blame shifting. Wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? So it's just being mindful of our wording, how we word things. Because in that one side, it was saying that is someone more, no, someone is more worse than someone else when we dealing with situation. So are people worse than this if they're dealing with certain situations and things like that? And that's what I was asking and stuff like that. But I don't know, man.
It's
I
not
think it's really,
about worse or like
I don't
what the
think that,
fuck. If I shoot you one time and stab you twice, which one is bad? Like both
it's
of them is bad. I don't want you to shoot or
both
stab
bad.
me. So like,
Yeah, they both bad. You know, it's both bad. So
Also,
Can
for
I
the
ask
little
you a
boys
question
out
or
there, because a lot of,
something?
I'm sorry, a lot of boys out there are
mhm.
being MOL too.
Yes,
And
yes.
I want them to know that they can come, like, they're embarrassed. They're more
Harder for
embarrassed
them.
than we
It's
are
harder
because
for
they are
them.
demonized, they are
Yeah,
teased, they get
it's
it the
harder
worst
for
because they look, that was, if they are a victim of a male doing something like that to them, they're automatically
them. Yeah. What you wanted to say, Miss
Oh,
Bun?
I'm sorry. What's your name? Do you just go by one community or?
Oh, yeah, yeah. You come with them. Yeah.
So,
I mean,
as a man, let me ask you this. So,
yes.
I know I mentioned my cousin, and the reason I did is because we have a large family on that side, and he has, cousins or whatever his age that he could hang around. But as a molester, he can't hang around anyone who knows him because they will check him. You
Get out of
understand what
here.
I'm
Hold on,
saying?
wait. Hold on, Queen. Hold on one second. YK, come and tell us what you're thinking. Let us hear your new developments. You ain't gonna be coming in every time, YK, and just jump in and say your little 1, 2 thing in the chat. Jump your ass on the chat and let us hear what you're saying. Lift your voice. This is the community, YK. It's
the
open.
motive.
Speak their minds. This is a panel. This is a jury. I don't like no biased juries. I want you to speak your mind. Say what you think about the evidence, because remember, in the argument, the lady said about the DNA, his side did not argue. Okay, his side did not argue about the DNA. Everybody talking about the DNA. No, the DNA was confirmed, and she said that, and no judge, nobody spoke about that. That shit went just like that. So once it's unsaid in court, that means you admit it. To not agree or not to argue something is to admit it in court. So that's how come you got to know when somebody asking you something. Like if I ask you, like, yo, son, yo, I ask you, like, yo, son, yo, it's hot on that block right over there. You don't say nothing. That means it's hot over there. You ain't got to answer me. I already know it's hot. If it's not hot, you're going to tell me, period. So, you know what I'm saying? So to not answer is admitting something, especially in legal terms. So nobody argued that. Nah, YK, you got to come in. I'm done with you. Nah, I'm done with you. You got to come
Yeah,
in and
he need to
tell
come in.
us.
He come in
There,
and
you
Yeah,
gotta,
he
we
like
can
the
see how.
dude that be like, I heard something about you, but I ain't gonna tell you who said it.
I'm done with
Like,
Yeah.
you. We done with you. We moving on, YK. If you're not, we
honestly,
done with you.
YK is a trigger for me. That he's a
So
big
this we
trigger
gonna
for
done
me.
with him. So look,
yeah,
we done
all
with
right.
him. So we done.
That's
So we gonna forget about him then right now, because I don't need the queen. Nobody being triggered right now because he's the trigger king. So we're not even gonna bring him in there. But the trigger king is able to come up and talk and do an actual real trigger that he like to do. But yeah, we got to speak about real stuff. It's about everybody's view, though. You know what I mean? So it's not about limiting nobody. We're all entitled to our own opinion, and that's why it's one community. You know what I mean? Sometimes we might agree, we might disagree, but in us like conversing through things, we might come to sort of agreements. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I mean? So YK might have some points and some views. You know what I'm saying? It's not to say that it's not that. It's just maybe some people might think things are insensitive or certain things like that. He said we. Come then. You got to do it personally. You got my email? I gave you my email, brother. Look, take my email right now. I'm gonna write it down. All right. I want you to come on by yourself and come and talk to me. I mean, but I'd rather you come with people. That's when you know the lights go on. That's when
And if he
that's when the
calls,
best shoe comes, okay? When the
if
panel
he
lit,
call, let him
it's
speak.
when the
Let him
best
speak.
shoe.
You know what I'm saying? Don't,
I said that's when you show up like Mike.
I
You know
already
what I'm
gave,
saying?
I already gave him the
We're all
business.
nights before like Mike, you know?
I already gave him the business.
See, look, man, YK, they gave you the business. That's crazy, son. You going out bad right now, YK? Don't tell me that, YK.
On the other panel, I already gave him the business.
Oh man, the queen said you gave you the business already, man. Ben gave you the business, bro. On the other panel, the other panel. YK. But yeah, though. I don't know, man.
So my question was, as a
Yes,
man, if you
mhm.
find out one of your friends or your cousins or whoever you roll tight with has rumors, allegations, well, not even allegations, just rumors that he likes some young. Let's say you went to high school together, or it's a family member or whatever, and now y'all in your 20s, about 30s, whatever, and you just hear like his family members or the streets is talking, and like, what do you do as a man? How do you approach that?
If we hear the streets are talking about what a person that we
Yeah,
know, that
say
I
it's
know,
your homie, your cuz, your somebody that you roll with. Yeah, like somebody you're
in
cool
the
with.
streets is saying that he was doing that shit, that type of stuff
Yeah,
right there.
yeah, like yo, I heard he likes 14-year-olds. He's
Oh,
on one
now
of
we
those.
eradicated him. We getting him out the hood. He couldn't survive around. My block is called Uda Block. Really Shooter Block. My name of my block is called Shooter Block. Uda Block is my name, my rap name, but
Oh,
I represent my neighborhood, Uda.
are
On
you
Uda
near
Block,
Flatbush?
that shit is. I'm from Flatbush. I'm from 21st
Okay,
Street.
Yes.
I used to stay
Big up.
I used to stay off Albany, but all my people are on H Block, H and Nostrand.
Oh yeah. I know around there. I know about that. H and Nostrand. That's around the way. You know what? Where the
Yeah.
devil lives. The devil lived around there at one point. When the devil did what the devil did to me, the devil lived right around there.
Oh my
Oh my
God,
God, Queen, the devil lived right
I'm
around there.
so sorry to hear that.
Please, I
Okay.
swear to God. That's how come I know that the spirit, the most high, the ancestors is true, that you even said that. So I gotta give what? Applause for that, because the devil is so busy around that part. there is a
Absolutely.
there is a devil, one devil, maybe a multitude, two devil, three, four devil, but most definitely that devil lingers around there. So anybody want to have a spiritual debate about that devil or those devils that live around there? Let's debate,
I
because there's no
agree.
debate. But yeah, but I think we gotta eradicate them. We're not for all that. Not in my neighborhood too, man. I never really been in no neighborhoods that I really seen people really stand for that. You know what I mean? Like really, even like anywhere, people like, nah, nigga, weirdo, son. That should
That's
be
the
like some
thing, but these weirdos have friends, so that's what I mean. Like as a
yeah,
man,
they
you
do. But
hear
I
the
seen people
rumor.
that
It's
snitch
up to
on
you to
people do
bounce
mad
it,
shit and be chilling.
huh?
So it's like sometimes the way the streets go sometimes is that they pick and choose. You know what I mean? Because sometimes niggas be snitching. Sometimes and then this person they'll probably get at, but this person probably was like a killer. So you'd be like, you know what I mean? They won't say nothing. So sometimes who
Yeah,
you are sometimes make people do act different. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes your character of who you are, if you like some street killer guy, you know what I mean? People you some snitch or you done did some weirdo shit. Niggas might be murmuring, whispering about you, but they might not say nothing. You know what I'm saying? So the
right,
streets are different sometimes, but people
right.
still be exposing
But
people.
these dudes find allies because there's no way this dude existed out here. That one we're talking about, they find allies. That's what I'm saying. Like some
Yes, they do.
are gonna ride no matter what. I see it. I'm turning a
Because they
blind
like
eye.
them.
I
Because they
I
like them.
see it. I'm gonna keep my kid away, but fuck it, you can do what you do to others. Like I don't like, to me, it's us against them at the end of the day. Like you
Mhm.
rock with that, you support that. I don't care if you even just hung out and had a drinks with. If you knew or heard that and you didn't check it right then on the spot, you are part of the problem because they shouldn't feel
Sorry to hear that,
comfortable
Gwendolyn
to
Reed.
have
Sorry to hear.
they shouldn't feel comfortable to have somebody out here riding with them. They shouldn't feel comfortable. Matter of fact, didn't he just do a live with Tweedledee and Tweedledum in the bar the other night with him? Like
Mhm. Oh, the
Tweedledum
dude
don't
with the
understand what the hell is going on. So you riding with this person. knowing the rumors are there,
People
and
don't care about
you're just going to keep riding because he's going to give you a free drink and a spaghetti meal.
Yeah, that's what people do it for. I mean, people do anything for anything. It's not even about this or that or
So
just 'cause,
where does this where do we draw the line on this snitch shit? Because people
um
will try to put that in a snitch
nah,
category.
that's not a snitch category. I think we all need to be exposed. You see how we be fighting with each other?
Kids
There
is
are people
not.
we supposed to be getting out. Everybody in the neighborhood is supposed to be always on the list. We looking on that shit. Oh, new motherfucking crib. Oh, nah, you up out of here.
That's
These are
right.
the
You
kind of
search that
people we
You know
got to
what?
president.
get out here,
You know
dropping the
what? We
police
talked
right
about
to the precinct. No, we got to believe in the precinct. Drop their ass after we deal their ass or whatever. Grab their ass up out of here. Listen, man, you getting your ass in the precinct right now. Get your ass up in there. We're not playing. But this also comes with us having to expose our family members, just like the Queen came on and said something Rivera. What's her name, Rivera?
Name is Raymond Rivera from Berks
Raymond
County,
Rivera.
Pennsylvania.
So, see what I mean? So at the end of the day, it comes with that too. It's not just we looking for the celebrity and them people to do it. No, it's not just about that. It's when we come more confident to speak up about things that's happening to us, like how many great people, great leaders in the chats and everybody's chats and on many people's panels speaking about their traumas that they've encountered. You know what I mean? In their life by people. You know what's crazy? Because I was even traumatized by something that I was in school and and the student that I was with, right? I was in the 6th grade, right? And my music teacher, like I discovered music at like 12. And when I was 12, I had a music class, and my music teacher name was Mr. Williams. And school in Brooklyn, I went to Walt Whitman, IS 246. And so I was in my school, whatever, and I used to have music class, but my school never had like no after school programs and like that. You know what I'm saying? My school was that's it, but I had like cooking classes. I liked all that stuff. So I like to cook. I like to do mad stuff. So, you know what I mean? I used to take all those courses and classes and shit. So, but in my cooking class, there was a girl that was my class. And, you know, she was a little bit, you know what I mean, bigger, like a little developed and, you know what I mean, than other kids, like a little bit though. You know what I'm saying? But her family's from the Caribbean or whatever the case. But he was telling I guess he had her telling the family members, family, her mother, her parents, that she was taking after school music classes or something, right? But I don't know how long this whole ordeal was for going on for how long this thing was going on for. But he was caught because he was discovered by Miguel, my janitor. Hold up, I gotta give a shout out to Miguel anytime I ever think about Miguel. Because Miguel is a savior of this child. Because imagine, I don't know if this was just happening in the school and did he get brave enough? Did he have the girl outside of school? Because if you having this, then you might be doing this out of school. Obviously, you texting, calling. It's obvious. You know what I'm saying? But Miguel came in, was the janitor, and was going to clean the class, man, and discovered his ass and outed him, yo. Shout out to fucking Miguel. I was 12 years old. That was like something scary to me because Mr. Williams was such of a good teacher, and I love music and different shit like that too. And I mean, he taught me mad things about music. Like I play instruments, I play sax, mad shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I love music. I write songs for people in the industry, like mad different things. Like it set me on my journey of what I do in music. You know what I'm saying? So even when I think about music, sometimes I think about Mr. Williams. You know what I mean? And music is a very big part of my life because I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a musician, an artist, a songwriter. I'm an actor. You know what I mean? And great people like y'all are the people like, nah, bro, you bugging. You got to go on and start talking on YouTube. You bugging. Everybody got a on your podcast. You bugging. Niggas got podcast. Like, all right, let me see, man. So I started to study it a little bit more and then I just gave it a shot. But yeah, though, you know, shout out to Miguel, man. Miguel saved Kim, Mel. It was my classmate, you know what I mean? And word, I think about her, you know, a lot of times, especially when I think about situations like this, I think about her, I think about people even in my family, you know, even, you know, many people, you know what I'm saying? A girl that, you know, I was in relationships with, you know what I'm saying? My ex, you know what I'm saying? She was molested when she was like 16. She was walking home from school. No. She was walking home. She was coming from dance or something like that. It's coming from the city somewhere. And yeah, man, a guy grabbed her and yeah, and did wrong things to her and stuff like that. And she ended up keeping it secret for a long time and didn't tell her family. And then when she told her family finally, oh, it came out that she never told no one, right? But through that, she ended up dealing with a guy. and that guy was doing other crazy things to her and having other guys have sex with her and drugging her, and his friends and all of them was having sex with all types of stuff. But when she actually found out, because her best friend went to the guidance counselor and told, when she finally told the best friend told her guidance counselor, and then one day the guidance counselor brought it to the I think the guidance counselor brought it to the guidance counselor to the office, or I think she said the guidance counselor. I think she said the guidance counselor brought it to her mom, or her mom came, or the guidance counselor brought it to someplace. But they brought her to the mental facility and they put her in the mental place. I was like, how can family do that to you? After you, because she was already like, this happened when she was younger and she was already dealing with this. So it was already like a year and change. She done was keeping a secret. And through her keeping a secret, she ended up dealing with this guy, like trying to, like, you know what I mean? Find love, I guess, through the whole thing. But in turn, he was abusing her too. And yeah, so it's just crazy. You know, when the family found out, the mother dropped her off to the G building and left her there, and she was there for a couple weeks, and then she was further MO whatever in the place, the facility. People was doing things to her in the place. You know what I'm saying to you? Yo? That shit is crazy to me. And, you know what I'm saying? And you know, at the end of the day, it was crazy. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I did love her, but he also used those things like as it's crazy, man. The whole situation is crazy because sometimes when people are victims, you know what I mean, they use those things and they turn perpetrators sometimes because as a defense mechanism, sometimes it's not even just purpose. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just subconscious. So sometimes, just like Patty Hearst, when she was the billionaire heiress and she got stolen or abducted by her captives, and then she sided with her captives and got Stockholm syndrome and started running around robbing banks when she was a billionaire, millionaire heiress. What the hell you got to rob? So you just go to soak the psyche. Like, people kidnapped her, and then she ended up going with them, the kidnappers, probably fucking with one of them, dealing with one of them relationship most likely, and then going to rob shit with him. You see what I'm saying? So it's like a psyche to certain shit. Sometimes we side with our abuser, or sometimes as a defense mechanisms, we sometimes come like that to avoid being hurt. Or sometimes people sometimes use their situations as weapons. You know what I mean? And just in that situation, this is something that I've seen. I saw that she used to just use her situation as a weapon against me, even though I didn't really use it back, and I didn't. You know what I mean? As far as attacking her because of it, I understood that she was lashing out. You know what I mean? I was a little older than her too. You know what I'm saying? She was like 25. You know what I'm saying? But you know, so I understood, you know what I mean? I understand people go through things, you know what I mean? I've been through my things myself. Like I said, like a year and a half ago, I was selling crack and running around the street with straps and doing all type of shit. I don't run around celebrating that shit because it's something that, you know, I had in my mind to get away from. And so much of my friends never got a chance to get away from that. So much of my friends are still doing that. So much of my friends are dead. So much of my friends are doing 10, 20, 30 years. One of my friends is doing life, doing 100 years. One of my mans is doing 100 years. All of us doing the same type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. You know what I mean? My bro Cuddy is in that shit for another 10. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's real. You know what I mean? And it's things that plague my mind. You know what I mean? Like, why me sometimes? Why? You know what I mean? Why did I do all those things? Why don't I have felonies like that? You know what I mean? It's crazy. Like, I'm an anomaly. Like, my man's like, that's crazy. You got no fucking felonies. That shit is the nuttiest shit in the world. Like, having a felony is like, the fuck? Standing, like, getting free food. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit, everybody got that shit. What, they get cheese around that corner? Oh, yeah, I got that. You know what I'm saying? In my community of where I came from, you know what I mean? But sometimes I just think I was saved. But sometimes being saved is also sometimes feels like a curse sometimes. You know what I mean? It feel like a curse. You know what I mean? And but that's why I'm against child abuse, because my son Halo was abused, you know what I mean, when he was 1 month and a half. My son's mom abused him. And she was threatening me that if I went to speak out about it, that she would begin to lock me up and do different things to me. And you know, I just had to take that chance, you know what I mean? And I did, and she did, you know what I mean? They began to lock me up. As I left her, I broke up with her, and I went to court the same day. I have like evidence. I have all of receipts. I have voices, records, recordings, audio, match it, because I was recording her before. I ended up really breaking up with her because I already know her mindset. And I already knew that the type of things that I was dealing with, I would know that I would have to have proof. But When I went to court, I thought my case would be open and shut. I'm like, I don't know what you going here for. And my judge is just so biased to me, and she was just always biased. And I just been in the court mad times. Like, this is pre vid, you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was in the courts, and I just seen how she dealt with like all the men in the court. You know what I mean? Out of all the men I've seen, only one man I seen her like give like anything with the kid. Like, one man. I mean, I seen hundreds. I was going to court for like 2 years now. You know what I'm saying? Because I went to court. You know what I'm saying? And she began to lie on me. Her mom's lied on me one time. I haven't seen them. Like, right now, how does my son look? My son could look like any one of y'all I wouldn't know. And these
Court
people are still lying on me. And every time I speak about it, they give me new warrants. So when I
courts
go to court back, they're gonna say, "Yo, you got new warrants." Every time I go back to court, they have new warrants. And I locked her up too. I sent them to jail twice. You know what I'm saying? That's the first time I sent anybody to jail, and it hurt me to do that. You know what I mean? And she sent me to jail 4 times, yo. I sent her twice, bro. Just in the wake of her doing what she's doing. I could have sent her to jail 4 more times. I have 2 cases where I could pend on her right now that's pending. Like, she need to chill. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like if I keep doing that, what does that do to my child? Even though I know she's wicked and being wicked to me right now, and I get it, and her whole family's just trying to destroy my whole life, and they're just mad that I'm living my life, and I try to help all of those people, but I seen what they was about, and I just had to get away from that because I'd have probably been charged for murder with these people. Because if you're doing all these things to babies and you're trying to hurt yourself and kill yourself and all type of shit, like, if something happens to you, what happens to me? You know what I'm saying? Because if you could lie on me and send me to jail wrongfully, like, who sends anybody to jail wrongfully? Like, I'm innocent. I could have been fighting with those cops. Those cops could have killed me, yo, because I'm innocent. What the fuck y'all talking about? The last time that I see my baby or have my baby, they told me, put down the baby, sir. What you mean, put down my baby? Put down my baby, sir. It's the last time I had my baby, bro. The last memory in my head. They took away his first step, his first cry, his first, well, not first cries, but his first talking, everything. You know what I'm saying? The things that a baby do. You know what I mean? All of this happened when he was 1 month and a half, and all of this was transpiring when we fighting my baby. And the last time I really seen him, he was 3 months.
I was gonna
So, you know
say
what I'm saying?
too, don't stop fighting. Don't stop fighting because I had a very similar situation, and it took me up to until my son was 6 years old to get custody. And I've had him for going on 3 years now. But you got to keep fighting, man. I had to spend $15,000 in 1 year. I had
Damn.
all this evidence showing that she was unfit. And like you said, when you go to court, especially me, I was in a 4 women state.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I had to have a court order. Once it got in front of the judge, and I had to pay all this money and get an attorney. He gave her an order so strict. I even felt like it was harsh, but she just wasn't well in the mind. So it was even one point where the police had to be called because she was going too crazy, going too ham, and even the police was shocked. He was like, I'm not trying to get too personal in your business, but Georgia's a 4 women state. Like, for you to have custody, she must have had to do something really bad. And I told him, I don't want to talk about it. He was like, yeah, I respect that. But he was even shocked because he's used to the other way around. Because it's been times where I would call the authorities, because of something she was doing. They told me it was a civil suit. There was nothing they could do, and I could be arrested for kidnapping for just trying to protect my own child.
Yes,
So they
bro.
make it real hard out here for men. They make it hard out here for men
Yes, man.
who just
Yes,
want
man.
to do right by their
I
children. It's
I
sad,
admit
we need more women
the
to speak
system
up
is
for that.
harder on me.
Huh?
The system is more biased towards women. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to that, I admit that sometimes, but I can say this: I advise men, don't be getting with these women just because they look good, and women don't be getting with these
Facts.
dudes because they got money.
Facts.
That's
I've
a
seen
big
a
one.
lot of these cases
Uh,
that
uh,
you guys are talking about
Yeah.
that with the male would be fighting for their kids because the mother would be like unfit, and they will let the mom keep the child, and then what end up happening, unfortunately, is that she'll end up killing the kids, or the boyfriend will end up killing the kids or something. Now it got to a point where they're investigating it more, and they're giving their dads more of a chance to take their kids, because a lot of those instances were starting to happen where people be fighting for their child because they know that the mother is so unfit, and they wouldn't get it, and it got to a point where these kids were losing their lives, and I honestly feel like a male can be just as good of a parent as a female. depending on their heart and what they want to do with that child. They truly have to investigate both sides. It should not be so biased.
It shouldn't. It shouldn't. Especially if the man is doing what he's supposed to do and fighting for his child. And some women put dudes on child support just out of spite. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could be doing everything, buying the kids clothes, taking them to school, picking them up, getting them food, buying food for the house, paying your bills, and she'll still go put you on child support, and it be out of spite. You know what I'm saying? So that do happen.
And it happens often.
By the way, I'm sorry that happened to you. I really wish you didn't have to go through that. You seem like a decent guy. And I pray that you continue to fight and that, the ancestors help you get your child if you're still fighting in that case.
Now, I know a great attorney. She pretty expensive. She's in Atlanta, but she's like the best. And if you ever want information, I'm more than willing to provide, to you. But she's located in Atlanta, Georgia. But you can look at her review as, she's been on different podcasts on YouTube. Legit, she's very good. She worked very hard. If you can provide her, that she'll do the rest.
Straight up. The live cut? What happened?
Brother Polight, man. Y'all hit the link and pull up, man. Y'all know the vibe. Hit the link, pull up. Y'all say what y'all need to say about whatever y'all want to talk about, man. Whatever's on your mind, y'all put on your mind, man. This is what it's all about, man. Everybody speak their minds on whatever they think. We already know the crux of our matter, what we talking about, but we can bounce where we want to bounce back. We can bounce wherever we want to bounce. Talk about whatever you want to talk about. You know what I'm saying? I know that an interview, there's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of things swirling around the community.
I threw a link in the
Yeah.
chat for people who are moving or just don't know what's on their block right now. But a lot of times this helps me determine which area of town I want to move to or which neighborhood or block or whatever. But just check your link out. Check the link out and see who's on your block. Or around you on your way to school. Like the man said, somebody in California spoke about check who's on the route, who lives on the route, because they're not supposed to live close to the school, but they could be on the way, so just check them out. And I think what helped our family this year was we started a group chat amongst female cousins, and we just started expressing what was going on, what happened to us individually as minors, who did it, just how we could go forward and talk, just don't be afraid, just talk, just stand up for yourself.
Peace to everyone. How's everybody doing today? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I hear
Hello?
you. I hear you.
Yeah, peace. What's up? My bad. I gotta mute my mic, but yeah, peace, sis.
Yeah, peace. Yeah, I just wanted to jump in real quick. It's definitely been a busy morning for those of us that are kind of keeping our ears to the story. I know a lot of folks are talking. There's a lot of live streams going on right now with people discussing the hearing today. For the folks that actually either listened in or listened to somebody streaming the audio for the hearing today, it's definitely really interesting to see these things play out in real time. I will say that. And it seems like it seems like even with the hearing today, um, it seems like there's still other things that are going to be added just based on what the state attorney said um, sometime later on today. But yeah, it's really interesting. I'm not sure if you guys have kind of went through talking and, this is how you guys feel about it.
Yeah, we talked them possibly adding the kidnapping, taking of the child away from the parent, because we heard the DA mention that earlier.
Yeah. I don't know. It's definitely, I mean, I suspected it, from the beginning, that this wasn't going to look good. I mean, there's still a lot that we don't know. We definitely don't know the defense's strategy on how they're going to deal with this, especially considering, that they have like, the DNA specimens to add as evidence. But yeah, this is spiraling into a very huge can of worms that I think, we're still in the early stages of looking to see, how crazy this story gets, in my personal opinion. I don't know. Is everybody, I guess everybody's tired or asleep. I'm not sure. But yeah, I just wanted to, um, okay. But yeah, I just wanted to also say that, there are a lot of people, um, doing like this pre-celebration. I think for a lot of us, we seen today's hearing. If you did actually listen to it, um, if you did actually listen to it, and they kind of did like a pre-celebration, which I think people are feeling like this is one of those instances that there is going to be some sort of justice. We're still very early in this case. I mean, pre-trial was, what, yesterday, the day before. He had to reappear again today for the stay away order and the increase of bail. Um, but um, Nafaraj said Polight is not a Nuwapian, and he did not learn to behave this way by our beloved master teacher Malachi Z. York. I don't know. Brother Polight has never officially said that. Um, I know he says he follows his teachings, and he considers York his God. So I don't know, Nephara, if we can straight up say, I mean, the brother had Nuwapian shirts. I'm not sure how you can argue. I mean, he may not been an official, to the entire community, but according to him, at one point in his life, he was a Nuwapian. Um, so I'm not sure, what to say to that, but he's made those statements. That's not anything that, at least to me, needs defense. But again, I'm pretty sure once I don't know if Uda when he gets back, I don't know what he's doing. But I'm pretty sure he would have I mean, I'm happy to talk to anyone about anything. I'm not very informed about the Nuwapians nor their doctrine outside of a lot of stuff that's online. Um, but I can only base my opinions from the information that I've heard. Um, I again, I can only base my opinions, Nephara, based on the information that I've seen and heard. I seen Dr. York pleading guilty. Um, I don't know, how someone can be falsely incarcerated if they pled guilty, and if that's the case, um, then he needs to be trying to appeal appeal that, and saying that he was under duress and then provide some sort of evidence to prove that. But from what a lot of folks say, um, he's not a man of innocence from what the folks say. I mean, I would love to bring you on. I don't have the ability because it's not my stream to, um, add, anyone, but I'm pretty sure you can email Uda at Community Living. I'll put it in the chat. Um, and you can email and say, hey, we'd like to speak. And I'm pretty sure he would be able to set it up for you guys. Um, I'm not I'm not sure what I understand your question to be, Pharaoh. So this is about hearsay. I'm just responding to the folks in the chat. But as far as I understand, if you're talking about Miss Gwendolyn about Michael Noack, he claims that he's from well, he claims he's a descendant of Nigerian heritage. I don't think well, he said that he's Nigerian, but I don't think that he has either a dual citizenship or he's actually entered the country as an expat. Nephara, yeah, like I said, Uda's email is the community living at Gmail, and he'll probably listen back to this once he gets done doing whatever he's doing. Just reach out to him, and if you want to try to, he's. I'm willing to listen to anything that anybody has to say, um, and set something up for whenever it's convenient for both of you guys to do it. Um, but yeah, I can't add you into a panel because it's not mine to add anybody on. I'm just again, this is the second time I'm in a panel and everybody disappears when I get in. Um, or they fall asleep. I don't know what's happening. But I mean, yeah, I just kind of, also wanted to circle back about um, just the hearing today, and listening to the defense team and the assistant state attorney discuss the bail and the charges and kind of what that means for this case, that it's still ongoing. There's still a lot of information that probably will continue to be added as we like gear up towards trial whenever that's to be set. um, and again, from how I understand it, the December 3rd or 2nd date, sun kiss. I think because I think the thing is that there are folks that want to defend York because um, Polight has said that that's his master teacher. Um, so they feel they feel the onus to defend defend that guy, but if not, where did you catch your stream? Yeah, if you're speaking to me directly, Sunkiss, I actually went, I got the link for the actual Zoom meeting from Triple C TV. You can actually go to her channel, and she actually plays the audio. I think she's still live streaming at the moment. But I went um, directly into the Zoom, or seeing all the participants, seeing, all the other people kind of go through and then discuss. Because I think when I jumped in, they were talking about someone having a funeral, and they were trying to get it as to where whoever this person was that was on house arrest, and then immediately after that, that's when they started talking about Michael Noack, and it was definitely interesting to listen to that. Because I think last night he posted online and said that his charges were dropped and he wasn't really transparent, and which I don't think he will be transparent with his own audience about what actually is going on, instead of it being charges dropped, that those charges are not being carried further into the trial and they were instead exchanged for newer charges. Um, again, it's really, these people, these social media influencers, because I don't consider Michael Noack in any way a teacher of anything other than whatever his current brand is selling, right? Whatever that jazz is. Um, but I think that they all do a disservice when they're not transparent with their audience about what's going on. But like I've been saying from the beginning, Rawson Law Firm has a video of, kind of going through a person. Um, I don't know if this person is real, but just kind of hashing over that person's case that was accused of child molestation, and how they got this particular person off, to the point where they didn't even get arrested. And I think that with that video, they kind of show their hand and also kind of show like what these folks um, are willing to do. Um, Yeah, again, with influencers, like people, and I was saying this in another, I was on Queen Throne's stream just for a quick second because I know she has a large platform, and I just wanted them to share that video as well. But with these influencers, people, for one, people aren't always or most likely aren't going to see the bad information about them, like the rip-off reports and the complaints and things like that. But you are right that they're not going out looking for that information. Michael Noack is not the only one, especially in social media. There was this white guy, I can't remember. I think his name started Darwin. He was arrested a couple of years back for uh, child pornography. He was a YouTuber, um, and ended up, y'all still talking about York. He ended up being arrested for child pornography, and as well as essentially he was using his audience or his YouTube fan base as a way to take advantage of young girls. Um, but this is not new news for a lot of folks in the social media industry. There's been cases of YouTubers that have essentially created child-friendly gambling sites where they would rack up charges on their parents' cell phone bills, buying coins and tokens and things for those like playthrough, pay to play games and things. So you know, this sort of industry has a really huge tendency to kind of bring out the worst in people. Um, Ude, you there?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm rocking with y'all.
Oh yeah, y'all just left me hanging in the chat again. I'm just here rambling, talking.
How you talking? You talking? I ain't talking. What up with Queen? Queen, where you went? Pull back up. Pull back up. You already know the vibe. I just like when you talking, man. I ain't mad with you.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just saying I be feeling all weird because it's just me talking and it's like I'm talking to the people, but you know,
But the people got to
um,
start pulling up. So you know what I mean? Pharaoh. What's going on, Pharaoh?
oh,
The link is there. To the transcripts. Oh shit. For the world? No, I got you, Pharaoh. You looking for the same shit, Pharaoh. When you find it, let us know, son. Facts. Because it look like you on a quest and you gonna find that knowledge, man. But when you find it, don't keep it for yourself, Pharaoh. Bring it. Don't be like a Knights Templar or nothing. Salute the
yeah, there
Queen.
was
Let's see if we can hear her first, Manji. Queen. Say something, Queen.
Yeah,
Okay, there you go. How you doing, Queen? Hold up,
I'm
first
pretty
of all,
good.
wait a minute. Give you the flowers. There you go.
Huh?
I said, let me give you the flowers.
Oh,
Yeah, Queen. What's up?
it's
I
kind of
speak your
hard
mind.
for me to hear.
You speak your mind. You ain't got to hear me. We want to hear you. We want to hear Angie talk, and I want to hear what you have to say or what you think. What do you think?
Oh, the whole situation is crazy, but I got to say I'm not surprised. Polight looked somewhat suspect, especially when he started coming into money. And it just seemed like to get worse. And like the people that's in the chat defending Dr. York, Dr. York had the same storyline. He had a good idea about liberating people, and then once that power and money got to his head, in combination with the nefarious characters that was around him, that's when he started doing that crazy stuff. That's how he ended up locked up. So, I mean, trying to separate Polight from the man, I don't even know what their point is. York is locked up. His man gonna die in there. Okay, he ain't never.
yeah, Uda, there were a person, Nephara, kind of jumped into the chat saying, that Polight is not associated with Dr. York and that they're working to free him. And I don't know if you were listening in or not, but I gave them your email because they said they were willing to talk about it on the platform. And I'm pretty sure you're open to hear everybody's perspective. But yeah, but like I said, I feel like, people, especially when it's someone that they hold in high esteem and there's somebody else associated with them, they want to defend the character of the person that's being associated with. But I mean, like I said, the man pled guilty to it. I don't know what more else to say. Has he ever, appealed? Has he ever done any of that? I don't know. I don't know. So I told him, if they want to talk about it, they can pull up.
He tried to appeal when he first got in there, and he was denied appeal. I mean, they got him hook, line, and sinker. They had so much paperwork and evidence. They had been watching him. That man is locked up. And then the children that he was molesting, they talk. Not all of them. And then some of them, if you ever like go to Georgia or whatever, you will run across so many people that was associated with living on that compound. I've talked to several of them. And when they tell you exactly how things went down, one reason he was able to access those children is because the parents didn't even get to raise their children on the compound. There were like people whose job it was to deal with the children. So the children lived in one place, the parents lived in another. They might get to see their children for maybe 30 minutes out the week because everybody had a job that they had to do. So I don't know why they be coming on here with the defending York. They sound crazy, but if you've ever read any of his writings, I suggest everybody anoint their head and pray before you read this shit that makes you crazy. Okay? It
I
looked like
believe it.
it's about to scramble your brain. I opened it up. I think I read maybe a paragraph of the first page, and I was like, I understand why these people are like this, because it's almost like it's some type of spell on there to scramble your brain. It's very strange.
Well, I mean, cults happen for a reason. And I would definitely classify that group of people participating in a cult, even though they don't necessarily feel like they do. Um, and I mean, that's how um, that's just how it works. They separate everyone, and then they keep them busy with activities once they get you in. And then, I don't know, and I would like to talk to, someone who actually lived on the compound during that time to see, if they ever, kind of intimidated each other, because I know, the people that research cults, a lot of times talk about, they keep them busy, and also, keep the members in a state of stress and fear. Like, if I don't do all these things that I'm expected to do, then there are certain consequences, and so on and so forth. Um, but yeah, the- I
Your
consider it a
device not
cult.
found. Ready to pair.
I'm sorry, sis, I didn't hear you. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, Mass, I would have to agree with you. They probably most likely will be working for a very long time to get him out. I'm not technically sure, yeah, what they're doing over there, because I've never spoken to somebody. Um, I've never spoken to a Nuwapian. I've spoken to lots of folks, but a Nuwapian is just not a person that I've ever spoken to. But I mean, I think right now a lot of people are trying to distance themselves from, Michael Noack in this case, because they're not for certain if he's going to get off. And if he doesn't, what does that mean? And also, um, even if he does get off, then the social stigma that they would have for associating themselves with someone who was accused of, molestation of a minor. So, especially when it comes to, you know, um, social media and these people that create, they essentially create their lives online. A lot of stigma comes with that. And I also think on the other side of that coin, there's a lot of industries where, certain things are permissible. Um, Yep, yeah. New Covenant was the start of another. Yeah. But I think, like, in some of these industries, certain things are just permissible. It's just like, I say to folks a lot of times, like, to me, I think that it's very scary that, if you look at the simple form of, um, like, what, um, what is supposed to be the norm for, like, sexual attractiveness, especially in the entertainment sphere. Or if you look at, like, the white standard of beauty, they're pubescent bodies. I mean, most supermodels are these tall, gangly, very young. Miss Embassy, peace, sis. Very young, and underdeveloped looking women. Um, which some of them, a lot of these girls, start very young, 12 and 13, and they get into these, child, modeling agencies, and they start working, and then, by the time you're 14 and 15, you end up on, these magazine covers wearing, all these, luxury brands. Um, is Polite from Africa? Is that what you're asking, Miss Gwendolyn? Because if you're asking if Polite is, there's no he. That's just what he said, that he's Nigerian. That's it. That's all that we know. At least based on my understanding, I don't know anything else more than that. He's just said that, isn't he half Nigerian? There's a video from way back when he said he checked his DNA, his ancestry, and it said that he was 70% Nigerian. Um, but he's still someone that was born here in America. So he can be of Nigerian, um, nationhood, by blood, but that doesn't mean that um, he's actually, I mean, that's just like me saying that I'm, 15% Irish, It's like he's just a regular black guy. I mean, all of us, I mean, if we all did our DNA, we all have some, you'll have some Guyanese, then you some Nigerian, you'll have some, some coast of Africa blood in you. But I mean, to me, like when I hear that, that's just, especially us here in America, black folks saying that we just don't, we're not okay with just being African American. Um, not to say that we have to adopt that sort of stigma and stereotype, but that's just another way for us to say that we're not of us. We're not okay with being, our people here. That's what I hear. It's just like when folks say, I'm Dominican, okay, you could be Afro Dominican, so you still black, like saying you're Dominican means that you're trying to separate yourself. At least to me, you're making a point to separate yourself from the culture that you grew up in.
I think we were conditioned to that. I know. I
Hmm.
think in my experience, I think I was, because when I was growing up, and I'm an '80s baby, it was always, Africa, 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 as if what our ancestors went through over here and who we became when we got here was irrelevant, or it's not good enough, or it's not as valuable as other cultures. And I think that's absolutely crazy, because when you look at black people across the diaspora, it is the work of African Americans that has progressed all of us forward. So it's I think it's sad that we don't value our own culture, and we allow people outside of who we are to tell us that our culture ain't valuable, and we buy into it.
Absolutely. I've always said to a lot of my close friends that I think us here as Africans in America, descendants of Africans, that we're some of the most patriotic people for this country, and just don't recognize it. Even through all of our history, we've always found a way to represent our cities, and big up the places that we come from. We big up our culture in such a way. Give me 1 second.
Hmm.
I think this is the guy for the. Give me one moment.
Okay. I don't know how to talk to y'all. Let me read the chat. Yeah, Geechee people don't have no problem celebrating their roots and their culture, and I think that's good. Michael Nowak and his wife, Juliet Small, aka Antoinette, both went to George Westgate High School in Brooklyn. Y'all get all the information, don't you? Y'all just get up here and steal all the tea. Look, I think this is crazy, and I don't understand how these women. I mean, hey, innocent to prove me guilty and speak by your man, I guess. So I ain't gonna be mad at them, but I do question the fact that all these different wives, how many of these wives had sons? Because I never saw Polight in a position to where he was mentoring, educating, being a father to a young man. And I think that with the issues we have as far as uh the issues as far as we have missing fathers and things of that nature, and he's supposed to be helping the community. At least that's what he said almost 10 years ago. I don't really know what the hell he on now besides showing off his cars. But uh oh, okay. Um Polite it just seemed like to speak on what one of the other panel members was saying earlier, it was a setup, and it seemed like he was setting himself up with these women that had daughters. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna say that he, because I don't have no proof that he ever messed with no children or nothing like that. I just think it's weird that a man with all these wives, and you never see no little boys around. You never see too many men around outside of maybe Sinetta and a couple of people. That was only when they was doing videos or he needed an entourage to look a certain way. You know, if you this polygamous male with all these women and these children around, where is your village of men that helps you protect those women? I don't know, just little stuff like that I thought was crazy. So I ain't never really. Pharaoh, we are here now. Y'all freestyle. What that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, Miss Embassy. So I listened. I was actually like in the Zoom meeting when they did the hearing earlier, and essentially, uh, Nicole Garcia, which is the prosecuting state attorney, essentially just put out the case that since he has these new charges, that his bail needs to be increased. Um, Michael Noak's defense kind of wanted to go because she initially like out the gate and and I'm pretty sure that when she started off the way that she did, she knew that it was just kind of like a sideline conversation. But she was like, yeah, this is a media case. You know, this man is on social media. You know, he lives in California. You know, he has, you know, we have reason to believe that he's been reaching out to the victims and harassing them. Because I think initially her initial line was she just wanted to have bail revoked altogether. So she was just throwing out all the information about, you know, what's being said, you know, quote unquote, online, that he potentially is terrorizing the victim. Um, as a reason to have his bail one increase, and I think she wanted to follow up with that based on how she was wording it with getting it revoked. Um, the guy that's defending him, his name is David Terras or Terrace, Tarras. Um, he kind of went back and forth like, how is this information relevant? That's all speculation. We just need to stay on topic. Um, and so they kind of went back and forth about the new charges because and she did say officially um that that the initial bail um, that was set forth, um, there was an error with the clerk's office, which they didn't kind of adjust his bail according to the initial charges, hence why he was able to bail himself out. But now with these new charges, that bail needs to be adjusted. So they went kind of through back and forth of setting the new bail, which they increased it from, I think what they said was 21,000, and they added an additional $46,000 to his bail just based on the charges. And then they kind of went through the stay away order, which she kind of again, um, she kind of again, you know, went into the fact that she has reason to believe that, you know, either himself or his people have reached out to the victim. And so the judge essentially explained to him in no unillicit terms, well, in full explicit terms, that he cannot reach out to the victim in any sort of way, whether it be him, his people, third party. He cannot discuss the case online. You know, that he can't do anything in regards to this case, as far as speaking about it. And that's starting at this point. And he also made it a point to say that if there's any information that ever comes out, that you have been, one, either reaching out to the victim, or two, continue to talk about this case in any shape, way, or form, they'll probably revoke his bail. And then the the Nicole Garcia, she also, the prosecutor, she also said that she would be refiling a new motion to increase his bail since he is a resident of California. Um, and so that's essentially it. That's what we heard. It was about maybe 10 minutes or so of a conversation, maybe a little more, but
So
that's what we know.
the 46, is that a percentage or is that what he has to pay?
So that, just based on how bails work, he has to pay 10% of that.
Oh, okay. So he got to come up with like what, $4,000?
Based on with the addition of the new charges, he has to pay the difference, which is like 4,600. Because there's actually another charge that hasn't been posted yet, just based on listening to her, because she said on the clerk's site it says that he has 4 new charges, but when she was talking there's like 5 felonies and 1 misdemeanor, so it's technically 6. So there's another charge that hasn't even been updated as far as reporting or filing as of yet.
It's
And I
interesting.
think,
I wonder why he has bail anyway. He's out of state and he a flight risk.
well, I don't think that they didn't know who he was. That's the thing. Like, they didn't know who they were dealing with until after the fact. You know what I'm saying? Like, they went through, the incident happened. And then based on his defense team, or the guy defending him, he was like, yeah, he lawyered up immediately. Like, so, you know, they weren't able to really have the line of, they weren't able to treat him like this was like a regular Schmo Joe off the street.
Right,
Right.
because he had already lawyered up.
Right. So, yeah. But yeah, so they didn't know who they were dealing with until after the fact. So it kind of, I guess, how they typically deal with these cases just on a normal day to day with average citizens just wouldn't work, because, he's a quote unquote semi high profile individual.
Right.
So yeah, she said she's supposed to be filing a new, I think she's really working to just have his bail revoked since he is a flight risk.
She needs to have it revoked. I don't trust him to be out. I believe him, especially with all them other videos he was posting when this first came out. And that's another thing I got problem with him. That's why I'm not sitting back like, oh, well, we're going to wait till, innocent till proven guilty. No, he act like he guilty, because if you know this happened back in February and you have an audience, even if you don't get a detail, you would usually put your audience up on game. Hey, look, something crazy going to come out. It's not true. Don't worry about it. He said absolutely nothing. And then when he got on that panel, when Sonetta called him on the phone, he act like he didn't know what was going on. Talking about, oh yeah, just told me something crazy. Negro, you just got out of jail. What you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, they all knew, Sonetta was down there during that time. Like, and he's admitted to that. Yeah, I was in Miami. He was celebrating his anniversary with, I don't know which wife, but one of them, right? Probably the one that he's legally married to. And then I went back yesterday because we were talking about it. I checked his social blade to see, how he was posting videos around that time. And there was like a gap of like 3 or 4 days of him not posting. So that kind of also corroborates the fact that he was down in Miami. So you were down there. And I'm pretty sure you were with, your folks. It's Michael Noak's birthday. He's down there, right? So I'm pretty sure in all of that, he caught wind that the brother turned himself in, right?
Right.
And didn't say anything. Didn't say anything up until Tasha K put it out. And I remember when this first happened, the way that Sonetta and Michael Noack move, like they tell certain people certain information. And has been a thing that I figured out like years ago. So if something happens, they're on the phone telling a handful of individuals, like, this is what's going on. This is how I need you to move, stay on code X, Y, and Z. And so, and to me, that adds another insult to injury, that I'm pretty, you would be hard pressed to convince me that Sonetta didn't know that he turned himself in for that warrant, right?
Right.
But didn't tell his people if this is supposed to be about the information. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you knew that he turned him, or I'm suspecting that he knew that he turned himself in because he had that DNA warrant, or no, not even a DNA warrant, but he turned himself in because there was a warrant for his arrest because of the DNA. And you said nothing to your people, your fan base. And the only reason that you said something about it was because somebody else outside of, this kind of Black conscious community YouTube sphere had said something on a platform that's, exponentially larger than yours. So you're
Right.
compelled to respond to it, right? So it's like, they pick and choose exactly what sort of information is available to the people. And I don't think that that's right. I just think that that's shady. And then, you tell the people that you're going to have like this exclusive phone call, which I'm pretty sure, Michael Noah knew at some point, that there was going to be this call by Sonetta, and he pretended as if like this is the first time that he's hearing, like, bro, like they arrested you. Like, how are you just
Yeah,
not knowing what's going on?
I don't believe that either. I believe what the girl named Nepal said. She said Polight agreed to do the phone call, and 10 minutes before they were supposed to do the live stream, he called and pulled out. I believe that to be true.
Yeah.
Because
I'm pretty sure.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna, say I'm pretty sure that, his defense team told him not to say anything, but because of Polight's ego, because there's a lot of people talking about it. I mean, it's not just YouTube, but it's Instagram, it's Twitter, it's the blogs, it's, Clubhouse, it's Bigo. So it's not just folks on YouTube at this point.
Right.
Everybody on every platform is talking about it. So his ego won't allow him, even though his defense team told him to not say nothing, he's always directly, by way of indirectly, spoke on it.
Yeah, he can't help himself. Know him to say something more incriminating.
If he does, they gonna come get him now. At this point, the judge said, you cannot speak about this case in any fashion, in any way.
I wonder what
And
he's
you
gonna
cannot.
talk about.
He gonna talk about the same stuff. Come join my mentorship group and all this other stuff.
Oh yeah, ain't nobody here for that.
That's what he's gonna talk about.
Cause it was one video, he was like in a t-shirt and a cap. And he didn't necessarily say anything about the case. It's just the stuff that he was saying was weird. It was almost as if he was making a plea to that girl's mama about my bad side, but we can get past this now. Come on and get back with the team so we can make this money. I was like, yo, is he crazy? He just get up here and say this like this? So yeah, I don't think he's gonna be able to keep his mouth closed.
Well, he better learn some restraint. I think for years he hasn't needed to have restraint in anything that he does. And with this case and how it's moving, this is going to teach him how to have some restraint, because he's always talking about, I mean, I've heard several times him saying him being the bigger man and not coming at somebody because they said something about him. But every single time he always has to make mention, and he always does it in this very passive aggressive way, as like, I'm not going to say nobody's name, but I'm going to talk around, make people connect the dots about these individuals so I can make my point. um he's going to have a seat for real.
Yeah, it's crazy. This whole thing is crazy, and I hope the prosecution do a better job going forward. Hit me, bro. Let me. Oh Lord. Oh, okay. My bad.
Peace, Iban. How are you? Are you here? Can you hear us?
He probably had to go out and come back in. I just see a black screen on him.
Yeah, I don't even see your icon. But yeah, so it's a mess. It's but I mean, like I was saying, this is just the beginning because we haven't even hit trial yet.
Yeah, because the judge not gonna come back and revisit discovery to I think December. At least I think that's what the revisit is for. I think it's for the discovery. I'm not sure. I know they asked for discovery when he had his first hearing. After that, they they filed a motion to dismiss, and then they filed for discovery. You know the case was gonna get dismissed. And around here putting your similar fluid on the girl. Crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, anybody that's ever attained a copy of the report, I mean, it says, they had 6 semen samples off of the girl's clothing. And then with his swab, I'm pretty sure that they did, it confirmed that they were a match. It's hard to, I mean, even like, if we were just to pick apart the, um, like the chain of events, like according to the report. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like, he and this is a funny thing. So he's already like falsified a statement because I was watching one of his lives. I think it was on this channel, and he was saying that he never actually gave a statement. That what he said was that he needed a lawyer, but according to the report, he made the statement that he asked the mother or he got permission from the mother to take the girl to the after party. That was his statement, according to the
Right.
police report. And then it further goes on, and and I believe this is probably, a statements between the mother and the daughter at this point that, you know, he took the girl to essentially a parking lot, and then he probably pretended that he was waiting for something and then convinced the girl to go back to a separate hotel room where all the things transpired, right? So the question at this point is, um, how do you get from a parking lot to a hotel room other than the mother's hotel room? Like, what's the reasoning behind that?
You know,
Or how do you,
go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I think he been grooming her because me looking at the police report, and unfortunately, I've had my experiences with these type of situations when I was growing up as well. And I was about 14 years old first time dude tried to meet me. And he actually came, my mom went out of town and she told us that she was just gonna have people pop up and not tell us who it was to make sure we weren't doing anything we didn't have no business.
Right.
So when this dude popped up, this my mama friend, we know the man. So when he came, I opened the door and I didn't notice, what was going on in his face. But I'm 14 and I don't do drugs or drink, so I don't know. So he was speaking weird, and he was standing outside the door. He would not come back. He would not come in the house. And I was like, "What are you doing? Why are you standing outside the door?" And he said something, and then that made me think, well, maybe he's drunk. I said, "What's in that glass?" And he had a pina colada in the glass, and he tried to offer it to me. And I was like, "Nah, bro, I don't want that." So for it to come up in the police report that he gave her alcoholic beverages, it didn't say she resisted him. It didn't say he forced. So that leads me to believe that she willingly drank this. So that means she's not a stranger to alcohol. This man done took you away. I'm 14 years old. So at 14, my mama say you can take me downstairs, but you take me out of the building. So I'm 14 years old in a car with a grown man that's offering me alcohol.
So This is what I'll say because, I think we were all 14 at one point, if we're all
Right.
human beings. And, I think when you're in an environment, because I'll just speak for myself. So when I was younger, like most of my female friends were older women, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm a teenager. They're in, their 20s, some even in their mid and, closer to their 30s. And a lot, they were doing like grown woman stuff, and I would kind of sit as like a participant, as these are like the sisters that are kind of steering me in the right direction. Girl, don't do this. But I mean, some of these sisters, they smoke weed, they drank wine, all this other stuff. And because I was a part of that circle, they included me in all of the stuff that they were participating in, as far as like the alcohol and the weed and stuff. So that
Right.
was my first exposure. So, not saying that, not trying to cast judgment on these women, but I'm trying to also pivot that into this case that, this young girl is a daughter of a mother who's essentially with this band of women who do whatever it is that they're doing, which again, I don't know if the mother approved or if she participated. Those are the things that we don't know. And in retrospect, I think that I'm kind of glad that we really don't,
Right.
because say hypothetically that this was the thing, right? Like they all smoke weed, they all drank together, and the older children, with the women, kind of did that. So being in a position where now the man that they're all with is offering the drinks, it's not really a big deal, because this
Yeah.
this is my mother's people, this is
Right.
my mom's man. So again, but then there's a question of that there, I mean, there have been, to me at this point, rumors that, the alcohol was laced with drugs, so the question then becomes, because for me, again, Polight and the defense team have to defend, how do you go from the mother's hotel room, or however, I don't know if it was a phone call, text, or if he was actually in the room with them, from the lobby to a club parking lot to a separate hotel room. Like, you have to defend all of these points. Like, what as a adult, at this point, being the guardian of a child, how do you justify these actions without also implying that there was some sort of illicit intent? That part is hard to prove to me. Because again, if the mother is saying that I only gave him permission to take the daughter downstairs to one of the restaurants, then okay, so if this is true and the daughter can corroborate this, how do you get from, if that's what they said to you, how did you think it was okay to
To walk off with her daughter.
yeah.
I think he
And
planned this, and I think he been grooming the girl. And whether her mama noticed it or not is another totally different story. Because I know, I mean, I'm not saying I was no angel, but when no grown ass man finna give me no alcohol, and I'm just gonna
right.
take it unless there's something that I wanted to do. And that's not me saying, oh yeah, she was fast, she was hot, she was whatever. Because a lot of teenage girls, pursue older men, whatever reason, At the same time, this is a grown man with at least two different wives. We know he probably done got more cooch than toilet seats around here. What you doing with this little girl? What you doing? I don't care what it was that she was doing. So to a certain, some of the, like, whoever the guy was saying she might have seduced him. I mean, I think he sounds like an idiot. But at the same
Even if
time,
that's the case, it's still illegal. It's still
right.
illegal.
It is illegal, and then I don't want to just shove him down the garbage disposal for saying that, because we can't address the problem if we don't look at it fully and honestly. Even when Tasha K reported it, she's like, "Oh, she's a great mother. She's never been away from her child or whatever." Like, come on, man, I'm a mama. I don't get to see my children 24/7. I don't always know what they're doing. They ain't teenagers yet, so I'm too worried about what they doing. But when they become teenagers, yeah, a little bit of me is gonna worry what they doing when they out of my sight. I'm not gonna up here and saying like, oh yeah, they're perfect angels, but at the same time, we have to hold adults to a higher level of responsibility. And you just don't walk off. How would he feel if somebody walked off with his child? Like, then again, I don't know. He kind of suspect. He probably wouldn't give a shit.
Well, I
But
mean, that's a thing, and I think that's where a lot of the contention comes in because the people that are on the opposing side of this conversation um, would say that if it was their daughter, they would lay hands on the individual accused, right?
yeah,
Um, but that's the problem. So you can only have any sense of justice when it's your own children being affected, but you can't have a sense of, trying to protect these children when it's someone else's child. And I think that's really problematic when adults can't even come together and say, not to say, because again, there are, I mean, we live in a real world, right? So there are anomalies of women that don't do justice to their children. There are anomalies of young girls who are just out here because they don't have any guidance. I mean, the same thing with the young boys that, they 12 and 13 sleeping and freaking on whoever they can, right? Um, but that still doesn't negate the fact that there are adults that should be supervising these children. You know what I'm saying? So even if there is a case of a child that has no guidance, like there's no adult structure system place in their lives and they're just really out here in these streets doing whatever they want to do, right?
mhm,
It's still us as adults, our responsibility, even when we encounter these children, to say, hey, you shouldn't be over on that side of town. You shouldn't be hanging with these people. You shouldn't be sitting on the corner with all these, dealers or whatever like that. Um, but the fact that we can only care sufficiently enough when it only regards our children is problematic. And this is when we have issues like, there was something that happened here recently where there was like these three young boys, teenagers, that they snatched up one of their classmates, a young girl. I think she was like 12 years old that they went to school with, and raped
mhm.
her repeatedly over a weekend.
Oh God,
And these are children. These are children doing this to other children. And this is here
hmm,
in my state.
yeah,
Um, and their faces are plastered. And I'm like, and and that's part of the problem is that we don't teach our children um about having an inherent sense of value in other lives. Peace to you, E. Can uh, you got something you want to say?
I see. I see you. I'm off work today. What's going on?
Oh, well, how you feeling?
No, go ahead. I'm gonna let you wrap. Go ahead.
Okay. But yeah, we don't kind of teach our children like to have an inherent sense of value in life, meaning that everybody's life has value. Even if you can't see it nor understand it, it doesn't mean that it's okay to intrude on other people's lives or disrespect other people because you feel away. And then also on top of that, we don't instill that there is a sense of value, like because we're raising children to become adults, and we're also supposed to be thinking in that line of thought that my child at some point will be a husband or a wife or a mother, whichever, to someone else. So we don't really have like the real conversations that, whoever you decide to partner up with, or just women, if you have a son, women have value and can offer you value. They can offer you like emotional support. They can make sure that you're on your game. Like we don't push on to them that the opposite gender has an innate value in their lives if they at some point decide to participate in relationships. We don't do that. And then the other side of that coin is because they don't have that just very basic level of respect, is that everyone becomes a means or a tool to an end. um, And then you see instances like I was highlighting earlier where you have 3 young boys and they were all I think they were all under the age of 17, snatching up one of their classmates, putting her in like an abandoned house and just raping her over a weekend.
And then, like with those boys, the question becomes: is how old were they when they lost their virginity? Because I've heard so many boys talk about their virginity at 9, 10, 11 years old. Some women, 16-year-olds, 16-year-old teenage girls to grown behind women sleeping with these little boys. And that goes very underreported. And it's very interesting to me that nobody really talks about that, because as much as women complain about the behavior of men and how men treat them as far as sex goes, I have to think that these little boys being screwed when they children themselves contributes to the unhealthy relationship that some men have with sex. And that's why they can't really have a decent relationship
can
with
y'all hear me
women.
right now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want you all to talk about, I think the panel and the chat, they may be trying to go back and forth, but with Antoine Fisher, you remember in the movie Antoine Fisher with Denzel Washington?
I remember it vaguely, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Remember when I don't know if it was his auntie or somebody else, they molested him. So we need to talk about that as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I've said it a couple of times, like you know, according to like statistics, when children are abused, it's typically by someone who's either in the family or a family friend. That's usually how that works, right? So then the question becomes, is, in the case of these people, and I'll just use like my father, for example. My father, when he was young, was molested by his aunt. That's how he lost his virginity, according to from how I can remember the story. Um, and and I think because there's like these sort of gender roles that happen, that because she's a woman, she's not looked at as a predator, because again, she's not the one penetrating, but she's the one being penetrated. um but at the same time, that still doesn't negate the fact that something very insidious happened. And so I think people have to take out of their minds for a second the fact that women, there are some women that have the propensity to do these things, because at the end of the day, sexual deviancy is still sexual deviancy, no matter who the person is perpetrating the offense.
Yeah, that's
But
what I'm trying to say.
yeah, no, it's a real thing. I absolutely agree with you. I used to, and I said this on this channel before, I used to sit in a barbershop. One of my friends owns a barbershop down the street from me, and I used to sit in there on Mondays when I was off. um and I would just listen to them like talk about like when they were younger, like kind of like their sexual exploits. And every last one, that when they ever started talking about like losing their virginity, they were either very young, like starting at the ages of like in between 9 and sometimes like 9 and 17. And the women were always very older. Now some of them, when they were like in their older teens, they actually didn't tell the truth about their age because they knew they were young. But some of them were just like, these were like straight up like grown ass women with children my age. And I would come in, like I would cut school and I would smash old girl when the kids were away. And at the end of the day, it's still statutory. And it's not okay. Like I lost a friend of mine, a girlfriend, years ago when I had my first apartment, because she got pregnant. She was 22. um the the boy that she got pregnant by was, I think, 16. She had a set of twins. And but the crazy part was is that everybody thought that I was crazy for thinking that there was something wrong with it. And they were understanding my personal experience. Like when I see something that's wrong, it's just wrong. But because we have like these gender biases, I think that part plays a really important part, especially when the offender is a woman, because we don't look at women as like violent or people that can um,
Well,
dispense
that's
violence.
why I said. hold on. That's why I said pause for a minute. That's why I said look at Antoine Fisher. Any woman that know Antoine Fisher, when you look at that movie, it would tell you that. You heard?
No, I agree. I agree. I think that there's a gender bias that we don't talk about, or if we do talk about it, we get very like sensitive and defensive about it because there's just gender bias. You know, women, because men look at themselves as, you know, well, I mean, they are physically stronger. Um, but when it comes in terms of women perpetuating violence on other people, it's not looked at as a thing like it's real. Um, but yeah, it's a thing, and it's something that has to be, because again, you know, sexual deviancy towards children, to me, at the end of the day, needs to be talked about by all victims, or by all people who, you know, have, you know, an open mind enough to have that discussion. And it doesn't matter who the perpetrator is, whether it's male or female.
Yeah, that's true. But I think we
You
got
said
to do
what?
better about taking care of the children, because these children turn into adults, and adults carry pain and trauma from their childhood into their adulthood, and it manifests as the mess that we see now. You know, it can't just be, oh well, you know, that ain't my child, or well, they should be a better parent. And I mean, we really got to do something about the whole, oh, can't nobody say nothing to my kid. Like, if your child is out in the streets acting a damn fool, you should want somebody to correct your child, because if nobody cares enough to correct your child, when the police, whoever decide they're gonna get them, they don't care. And there's nothing you're gonna be able to do about it at that point. So I
But
think
you know what, sister? And I'm gonna say this on the line right now. Now I know the chat, they're gonna blow me up. But the same thing when that foot was over there in Ohio, when that police officer showed up, everybody they want to say, oh well, he shouldn't have shot her. Let me tell you something. If I call the police and my daughter she in danger, I don't give a fuck who it was. You heard? Kill the motherfucker. Press one.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's entitled to feel how they feel. You know, and I think that's an important part about having the conversation. You know, because you know, it's not about, you know, sometimes you have to just reduce.
If somebody got a knife on my daughter, I'm gonna tell them I don't give a fuck who, not you, sister. I don't give a fuck what police officer is. Bang his ass down. That's what I'm gonna say. You heard?
I mean, absolutely, most people will agree with you. And I will say that there are going to be some folks that disagree and say that life is life. We shouldn't, um, you know, we shouldn't just be dispensing, you know, our immediate justice because, you know, so not to say that I agree with that line of thought, but I know that there are people that are going to say that, you know what I'm saying? Um, but no, I wholeheartedly agree. Like, if, you know, someone is in danger, like their immediate life is in danger, then somebody has to step in and fix it.
yeah, that too. I just think we got a lot of different issues as a community that we need to work on to at least. I mean, it's not like we'll ever completely stop these things from happening, but at least cut down on the amount of it that's happening. Like, he's out here because this woman decided to go ahead and, you know, do what was right by her daughter. Many of us grow up in families where the perpetrator is still allowed to sit around the family. Everybody just act like it's just the family secret. Nobody talks about it and all of that type of stuff.
There's a lot of folks that deal with that. And I think that's where like the communal body needs to take action. And that's where like I have the problem when like when I said earlier, like people only care sufficiently enough when it's affecting them, like it's hitting their home, and not so much so when it's affecting other people. And that even includes family. Like I have family members that, you know, I don't necessarily expect for them to come, like, say, I don't know, like, say I get into like a really bad incident with, someone, and I end up getting hurt or maimed or something like that. Like, there are legit family members that are running through my head, like, clear as day right now, that I wouldn't expect to run and reach out to me and ask me, oh, are you okay? If you ever need to talk about it, you can come to me. Like, there are legit situations like that. Not to say that that's necessarily bad, but what I am saying is that, our sense of like the communal body when it comes to us being able to feel connected to other people. Because, I mean, just imagine if you're a child and someone that's either in your family or close to your family, um, is, committing some really egregious acts on you, and say your immediate household is trying to shush you about it. um but you know that you have, a auntie down the block that you have a really good relationship with, that you can confide to them, and that may be the person that causes change. But I think a lot of times that, you know when these situations occur, that individual is like so bombarded with like this really passive aggressive narcissism that, you don't have the right to speak, that they don't have these connections with their auxiliary family to even express
Well,
what's really going on.
you know what? Can you hear me, sister?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Can you go up the lines right now and
Wait,
just
the
ask how the Lions think about that? Or the block? Is he on here?
other box, Udik, I'm not sure the question that you're asking, brother, but he's in the chat, or he
But
was in the
is
chat.
Uda is he quiet or what is he doing right now?
I'm not sure.
Well, my thing is, what do you think about uh Amadou Diallo when the police they what they did with him?
So I can't really remember the case at the moment. You're gonna have to refresh my memory.
Okay, well, they broke into how can I say it? They went and they violated him. Anybody on the line, if you could see it, Amadou Diallo, everybody know in New York City what they did to him. That was bogus as hell. You don't think that was wrong?
So the way that I kind of remember it is that like the police, I don't know why they showed up to his home, but they kind of forced entry, and in some sort of altercation, he ended up dying. Um, but that's my thing. Like I think that there's a serious problem when
Okay,
you have
okay, let's go back to Laquan McDonald. Do you think that was wrong in
yeah,
Chicago?
yeah, I do.
Huh? You say you
I
do?
s- yeah, I do. I think that was wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you explain that? Why you think that was wrong?
So, I just feel like, overall, police have a really good tendency of viewing Black bodies as a threat. Um, and because they view Black bodies as aggressors, that means that therefore in any altercation that if we end up dying, that is justified. And I think that they took advantage of that, and that was, um, I didn't hear you. What you say?
You say what?
No, it sounded like I missed something that you said.
No, go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying that I just feel overall police view Black bodies as threats to their person. And they spin that narrative for a long time. And because they can get away with that narrative, they can have essentially any interaction with a person of color. And if that person ends up dying, then it's justified. Um, so for me, like, I don't. It's not that I'm so silly or so foolish enough to think that there's this illicit bias that happens in police forces, because it is. And I think that they use that as a pretext to commit whatever or justify the reasons that they use excessive force on Black bodies. And that's just really where it's at with me.
Okay.
I mean,
Who else is on the line?
There's the other sister, if she's still here with us.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So let me ask y'all this. Do y'all read comments well?
Do we read the comments well? Brother, did you hear me? Yeah.
So
yeah. Every time I'm in the panel with Brother E, like it takes a minute for his connection to talk. So I'm assuming it's the
leg in his face.
I suppose, yeah. Uda is missing. He's MIA for the moment. I don't know if he fell asleep again, but
Now he go to sleep on his street.
I'm traumatized from the other night, like, cause I was legit the only person awake.
He said, "Y'all got it. Y'all can take care of it."
I don't got no power to fix nothing, on the backstage or whatever. So, it's just I just be talking and hopefully it makes sense.
Something I've seen on YouTube I do not like ever since this bubble out. All these people are getting up here accusing each other of being pedophiles, child molesters, and all this type of stuff. And they're weaponizing something that is serious. And that is problematic because, say for instance, there really is a predator. And they just throwing this around. Nobody's gonna listen or believe or actually take that into consideration. It's something that needs to be addressed, discussed, or looked at because they're just throwing it around. And I'm like, why are y'all doing it? This is not something you play about.
I think, and I'll use like the case of Misunderstood. When she came up on the panel the other night, it was, for me, what I got from that was that there's a really serious problem with like opposed to dealing with, I think like we're all saying, like, instead of dealing with the fact that we have a very serious problem with people abusing children altogether, full stop, it then becomes this match of how bad of a person are you. See, y'all can deal with me because I'm not as bad as the next individual. Let me show you their past case history so you can look at them in worser eyes than you look at me. And it's not about that. It's about the fact that this thing is going on and we haven't really addressed it. We haven't,
Right.
like the statistics say 1 in 4 women, 1 in 4. And it's like, I haven't even with all these things being said at this point, I haven't came across a single panel where a woman hasn't said that she hasn't been abused at some point in
Right.
her life. And that's the irony in all of this, that there are people coming, they're coming out of the woodwork because they want to see some sense of justice had in this case, because they know for themselves that the right thing wasn't done for them, so there's a connection that they have. And then um instead of looking at it for what it is, everybody wants to kind of shift the blame to other people or move the goalposts. Like, okay, y'all are looking at me like all eyes are on me right now. Let me put the target
You
somewhere
want
else.
to know something? You
Yeah,
want to know something? Though?
sure.
Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay. So let me say this. All for NY. All for NY City. Y'all the home of the Colts. And that's the problem. That's the big problem. Let me tell you something. For all you sisters, don't listen to none of these Israelite brothers selling cologne, all this bullshit on the line, and I'm gonna sell some health shit. Man, will y'all stop? Will y'all stop? Will y'all stop? Stop it. Stop thinking that all these niggas is deep. You heard? Just stop. God damn. God damn. How much more do we want to tell y'all? Listen, listen. Any female in the eastern part of Pennsylvania, New York, motherfucking Jersey, stop listening to these niggas selling y'all sea moss. They selling y'all fucking oodles and noodles, man. Stop playing with me, man. The fuck is wrong with y'all? What the fuck? Now we all deep, all of us, man. This shit is crazy. Go ahead, though. Go ahead, Bill.
I understand. I get it. Everybody has a right to their opinion.
Oodles and noodles. Oodles and noodles.
So I can't speak to it because I don't really patronize them. You know what I'm saying? So I can't really confirm or deny. I've never came across an individual of any specific doctrine that I've patronized in such a way. You know what I'm saying? So I can't really speak to it. So I couldn't confirm or deny if anybody a part of any religious doctrine is legit. You know. But I mean, I can understand. There's again, and I think we've talked about it on this channel. Like, there's just a need. And I know the one sister, Miss Embassy, she didn't necessarily agree with me, but what I was trying to say last night is that, I think for us, because I feel like we're disenfranchised from having, like, um, because when we gather in social spaces, our social spaces are always um, intruded upon by other folks' eyes and opinions. Like, if you go online and you look at, like, kind of like Black Twitter or Black Instagram, we can be having a conversation about our culture and our experiences. And then there's always someone interjecting their opinion, saying, well, oh, you don't have the right to feel that way. Well, how can you say that? Because I myself experience these things too. So it's not fair. And what I was trying to say is that we are disenfranchised from socially gathering in a way that isn't interrupted by somebody else. Um, and I think because we have the desire for communion and having, like, that sort of connectivity in social spaces, is that for some of us, we hear folks speak. Um, um, and we have a tendency to resonate because it gives us a sense of belonging, um, and being in connectivity with that individual or that group. So you know, for some of us, we have the discernment to recognize when something's not right. But we, you know, there's some of us that because we have that need, that sometimes we kind of let the critical thinking aspect of our mind, that guard down, and we allow people in our spaces, um, you know, that don't mean us any good. So that to that part, Brother E, I can agree.
Okay. Cause somebody else on the line explain.
Explain what?
Sister, I don't even know your name. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm Queen.
Queen. Okay.
What will be explained?
You said what?
Can y'all hear me? I said, what is it that I need to explain?
As far as, do you know why history, as far as going back to black folks, going back to Native Americans, going back, I don't even want to go into that, but do you feel that a man,
Brother, I think we lost you again. Um, but he was kind of talking about like Hebrew Israelites and you know people that belong to like various like religious and kind of like subcultural sectors in our community, that they don't. He was essentially making the assertion that they really don't mean us any good, and he wanted to know your thoughts on that.
Okay, I missed it. About the police?
No, about like Hebrew Israelites, Nuwapians, you know,
Oh,
like he was just saying like folks that belong to these kind of sects, a
oh,
secular, you know, like they don't really mean us any good as women, so we need to, you know, stay away from them, especially the folks on the East Coast, like from PA, you know, up the seaboard.
um, people's ideology and how they choose to live is their choice. Um, I don't think any different cult or sect is bad or whatever. I think it's what people choose to do with it. There are people that are in these particular organizations that are some of the most outstanding human beings you will ever meet. And if your ideology or practice helps you be a better person, then I'm all for it. So I'm not just gonna label all of them as bad people because I don't think that now personally I do think that if you are a Nawabi that you might have some mental issues going on. It's just my personal opinion. But I don't think just because, you know, Dr. York and his history and what he did, um, um reflects on everybody that is or labels themselves a Nuwabian. I don't believe that. I don't think they harming the community and none of that. I think same people that do most egregious things inside the community would do them whether they had a doctrine they adhere to or they didn't. That's just who they choose to be, and that's who they want to be, and that's what they want to do. I don't think because they align with this particular thing that automatically makes them a terrible person. No, I don't believe that. I believe if you want to be a person that deals in debauchery, you're gonna do that no matter what, because that's just who you choose to be.
Agreed. I can agree with that. Peace to you. I don't know. Somebody just jumped in. I'm not, or is that E? E, is that you with the MC? I feel like somebody else just jumped in, but peace to you if you can hear us.
Ebon, please let me in.
I I don't know where Uda is at. I don't have the ability to add anyone on.
Angelica?
Yeah, I don't have the ability to let anybody in.
Yeah, I
You
just
know,
see.
I'm just a regular participant like everybody else. I think Uda took a nap. Not unless he's handling business, but um
I think he doing something. Y'all think he come in and let folks in and walk away again?
probably
He
so.
give people the heads up. Just leave.
Yeah. Don't say nothing.
Don't say nothing. Just leave. Well, I'm out.
Yeah, but you know, I just think that people that have you know, illicit intentions, it doesn't matter where they just look for an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? And some people put it under the guise of religion, underneath the cultural banners, underneath of their job description or their current status to you know, subject others to the things that they already had intentions on doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, I don't. I think it would be silly for anybody to say that, um, you know, one group of people because of their beliefs is worse than any other group of people in our community, because you know it doesn't matter where you start to gaze at, you're always going to find that one person that's up to some, you know, effery, and that's because they chose to do it. You know what I'm saying? And it just doesn't cast a good light on the community as a whole. But I mean, I think the brother makes a good point when he said, because I mean, a lot of these folks are based out of the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, not to say that the East Coast is bad, because that's where I live at, and the folks here. But I mean, it don't matter what state you go. There's a sex offender registry in every state.
Right.
Full stop. Every state. So, you know, and then you start looking, and then these people come from all sorts of places, you know. But I mean, but I understand his sentiments though.
I mean, I get it, but I think that's a little short-sighted and not very open-minded to just label a group of people just because of a few bad apples. That's what they do
Well,
to us.
I mean, you know, just like the one, I'm not sure if it was a sister or a brother that came in from the Nuwapian camp. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they have a certain set of beliefs. You know, according to them, they believe York is innocent. Now, me, I can believe that that thought is silly, but that doesn't make me so married to my own personal beliefs that I can't have that conversation with them to at least gain their understanding of why they feel the way that they feel. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Um, you know, and some people would probably say, but how can you sit and talk to a person that believes a person is innocent, that is confirmed to have pled guilty to these things, you know? um my thing is just about having the interaction. It's not about accepting their belief system. It's not about even accepting the fact that, you know, according to them, York is innocent, and so therefore I also have to believe that. I don't. My thing is that if there's a conversation, because sometimes people just want to be heard. You know what I'm like?
Hmm.
It's not about, and that's how we get like these factions in any community, is when people don't feel like they belong everywhere or just anywhere, so they kind of go over here and create their own thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like how, you know, all these white people are arguing about QAnon and all these conspiracy theories. You know, and to that argument, a lot of things started out as conspiracy theories, and then as decades went on, come to find out there's some truth to it. However, but the fact that we shun these people and we don't necessarily give them the avenue to have a constructive dialogue, they go and they form their own shit over here underground. And then when you look up and then they storm the Capitol, you're like,
Where they come from?
you know, what happened? Um,
Hmm.
but um, but yeah, I see that they're talking in the chat about social media. Um, and about starting a social media platform. Um, I would say there are a couple of places that you know, social media, you know, like black you know, folks have started, some social media platforms, which I think is great. Um, but I would also encourage folks to understand that just because you have a platform, it's just like YouTube. Like anybody, like say all I had was, Facebook. And I decided I wanted to copy the content from somebody that has, some information or a piece of content on YouTube. You know, unless they somehow found out about my work, they would never know. Um, what I'm doing until somebody pass it along to them that, hey, this person way over here on this other side of town of social media is copying your work. You know what I'm saying? So I will also stay vigilant that if we're going to engage in doing, like kind of cultural specific social media, understand that there's going to be people watching. There will be people that are not of us creating accounts to make themselves look like us just to get access to what we're doing. That's just a thing. Like we can't, as Black folks, we can't go nowhere and have a thing of our own. We could just be talking about, how we were brought up and how our moms would snap about having like all the dishes are dirty, but when you go to the sink, it's only a spoon in there. And then you're
Right.
having that conversation about us, and then there's somebody else like, oh, y'all shouldn't say, like, there's nowhere, we don't have any safe places. You know what I'm saying? It's just, that's just how it works.
No, we don't.
I can't remember the names. Hebrew servant. I can't remember the names of the two. There's two platforms. I want to say because it started out way back when Google Plus was a thing. I have to look into it, but when I do, and I find the links to those two sites, I'll post it in the comments of the stream. Um, but I know off the top of my head, there are two. There's one that's kind of very similar to like a Facebook, but it's more about like people. It's kind of like a mixture between like Facebook and Medium, like the writing platform for people who like to write long form information. Um, and then there's another one that's just kind of like an Instagram. I can't think of the names of them though, but when I find out, I'll post it in the comment sections here on the stream.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Miss Murder, they do it all the time. We don't have any safe spaces, and it's bad enough. It's like, the conversation about how uh you know yeah, I remember Black Planet. I was on that years ago. But it's just like I'm trying to remember my point. Um we just like how men will say, they've been out to work for a long day and they had to deal with all the effery at the plantation and getting this money so they could bring it home to us as women, and the last thing that they really want is to come home and then not feel like this is a place of rest and relaxation when the first thing they get into the door, and then we got all these issues that we telling them, so they want to have their home feel like a place of refuge, their domicile. I feel like just generally we collectively as a community just we deal with the same thing, but we deal with it like when we speak about our issues. Um, Miss Lynn Edwards says a better vetting process should be enforced. Perhaps in person is better than online. Um, Maybe I would say, but a lot of people connect, via social media. I mean, nobody would be sitting here listening to us if it wasn't for, this platform wouldn't be here if it wasn't for social media. And this ain't our platform. But yeah, so I mean it's just a lot of things like I think that they're, but not for nothing. I think out of all of this, and sis, Queen, you can cut me off whenever. I'll just keep rambling until somebody tell me to stop.
Oh, okay.
That's just how, yeah, you could cut me off at any point. You'd be like, sis, hold on. I'll shut up. But
Oh, I'm working, so I'm listening, but I'm trying to.
gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started my day early and ended it early just so I could be available for, what happens throughout the day. Um, but yeah, so I think that there's a lot of good that comes out of us having the ability to connect with each other on social media, even if it is under the gaze of other people, because we can still at least attempt to have the interactions, and then we can kind of take those interactions offline, and then email each other and have phone calls with one another and have meetups and private. Um, private conversations like offline in real time that could kind of flourish into some real good things happening. I mean, that's how most of my interactions have been online, because I'm a good person about I'm all about the pull up, like I was saying on um Triple C's channel. Like, we should just all, for December, we should just all go down to Florida. We should just go and see, see what's popping, and, have the conversations and really connect with one another. So if there is anything that we want to do that we don't really feel comfortable, um, talking about online, that conversation can still happen, but in real time. What would those meetups consist of? I mean, like, I have girlfriends that are my friends, like, in real life now, because we initially met online. So, some of it could just be, to have the conversation about, for us, like, what, how we've had experiences, like, I mean, even in the case of, child abuse, um how we've had that experience, and if there's anything that we can do to implement at least some sort of change in our community. Because I think a lot of times, like I said earlier, people want to be heard, and the actual act of um, talking about it with people that aren't trying to judge you or cast judgment on you for the thoughts that you have and experiences that you're trying to share, definitely improves your well-being. And I think that when we're out here making ourselves better, that by default it makes the people around us better, just because of that energy. Like, when you don't engage in the effery, and those people can't engage with you in the effery, it causes them to think about, what am I doing? And I know that for this individual, I can't engage in the same thing. So maybe there's something about that really makes sense. But even when it comes to, like, actual changes, it's like, um, you know, um, like, on my channel, I uh mostly deal with gardening. Um, So, like, gardening for me, kind of in its own way intertwines with everything in my life. Like, I look at my children as like flowers in a garden, and it's my job as their caretaker to give them all the nutrients and the fertilizer and the construction, the sunlight, the water, all that good stuff. So I look at everything in terms of a garden. Um, and, I just kind of talk about what that means, and I talk about, like, just human narrative and what that means. But um for me, so there's something in that. Well, once we have the conversations, that a lot of times we can come up with something that potentially works. Like, for the last few years, I've been trying to start a community garden in my town. Every year I get shot down. However, that doesn't stop me. And over the last couple of years, I've had a lot more people kind of get behind what I'm trying to do, that are local to my community, saying, hey, like, we really need this. It's good for the kids. It's good for the people who need food. It's educational. It teaches them about science, math, the environment. Um, so there's a lot of things around that. And even though nothing's been happened, yes, like, I have a group of people behind me that are willing to assist me with the vision, because it's not just about me. It's a hobby for me, but um, but it also does benefit the community. Kids can come from school as a field trip and learn things. It teaches math, it teaches science, it teaches about, weather and environment, chemicals and pH balances and acidity. There's a lot of things that can be discussed. So that's what, at least for me in my small way, that's what I would like to see happen here locally. But I mean, the possibilities are endless. but sometimes you got to have those conversations offline. So looping back around as as I do, sometimes I think that the actual pull up to meet some of these folks online can be beneficial, and just get to know folks and see if there's something that you actually can do that you can't really have. Because again, we don't always need prying eyes. But sometimes you want to have that conversation and also share. So I don't know, Queen, if you have anything else to add. Where is
We're talking about.
I'm just rambling. If you have a thought about anything, I'm like reading this chat and kind of responding to them.
This okay. Let me get in this check. What's amazing is I haven't done a single thing for my community in real life. What? Let me scroll up.
Yeah, I mean, people are just expressing their, yeah, because they were asking, Versus was asking like if we actually did like a meetup, what would that consist of? And that's how I just started rambling. And Miss Murder, she was talking about like Lipstick Alley and how she made a comment and they kind of reamed her out for it. And that was me going into like, we don't have any safe social places online. So they've been having kind of like a sidebar conversation that I've been just including myself in, but just talking about it here.
Oh, okay. 2.3. 1 second. Number 7, 2, 6. Oh man. Okay.
But I don't know if you were going to add anything, sister. If you could stop me whenever. But Hebrew servant, you shouldn't really feel bad because and that was one of the things that I had challenges with, like being in this community, because it, like people would be like, yeah, you online talking all this trash and talking about the people should be doing this. No, 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 no. Like, what are you doing? Like, let's see us, you. And then everybody, like every time that there was like some sort of thing happening in real life, they would take photos and post it online. Like, see, I'm out here in these streets protesting and whatever else is going on. But the thing that I would say to that is that, sometimes we can be a lot more impactful to people in our inner circles. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to be out here like necessarily banging on the streets, but um, it could be something as small as like having conversations with young people to try to encourage them to think outside of their environment. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't, I don't know if you were just trying to be sarcastic and kind of funny at the same time, but like it doesn't, like you don't have to be out here. Like you don't have to, like you don't have to. Like there's nothing, like there's so much positivity like one single person can create. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody in the chat has thought about there was one thing that one person said to them that stuck with them and kind of played out for the rest of their lives, like a statement, that kind of lingered, and you kind of it became kind of like a moral compass pointing for you, whether it be out of a book or just a conversation. So I mean, those things are real. Like you can just say one simple thing and that could like alter someone else's life in a positive way. And I think that that speaks way more than just being out here posting photos online that you protesting about something. Because I mean, after the protest, then what happens?
Amazing. I mean, I want to know what they mean when they say stuff like that. I think that's silly.
Hebrew servant said, I'm not serious, not funny, but I meant I haven't done anything for my people, not an individual. I mean, maybe he's just making like a self-observation. That's why I was saying, like, I don't know if it was like sarcasm or what, like, cause some people, they say things and it's really sarcastic and sometimes I can't read context.
But I've heard it a lot. Say, oh, what are you doing for the community? And it's like, what the hell do y'all mean? It's so many different programs and organizations that are out there that do different things? Are you joining one of those? Or is everybody supposed to go out here and create their own program? And it's ridiculous. It's so much stuff that can be done into the community. And I think as far as like I think women tend to do more of the outreach type stuff or whatever because it's just the nature of being a woman. But I think for the dudes, I think it's a little bit more difficult for them to even mentally get their head around that type of thing. You know, you talk to go out there and make sure that your family is provided for and your family is good. Nobody really teaches, you know, how to incorporate the community into that as far as, you know, men go. So, like, I think people just say that to be inflammatory.
So I kind of agree and disagree. Like I feel like um, I've met plenty of brothers and sisters that they're not necessarily out here like with these support programs and resources, but as individuals. Like I've seen brothers that are just simple, like, people for their like specific, like, my community, like the streets of 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. This is like my block, and they're trying to affect a change just for the 3 blocks that they grew up on. And they'll go into like little and just have the conversation. Like I've seen that happen. Um, so I mean, even there's a one brother, I can't think of his name, but I remember years ago he came to my son's school. It's a black brother. He's an astronaut. I can't remember his name, but they just did there's a series, I think it's on Netflix or Hulu, but it's called like Dogs, and it kind of listed. It was so funny because the reason I clicked it was because I know his face, right, from him visiting my son's school. And mind you, my son at the time went to an all boys school in Wilmington, Delaware, that was called Prestige Academy. And he showed up and he did like a presentation, and he brought, at the time, this was years ago, he brought one of his dogs with him, and he was saying, I work for NASA. I'm an astronaut, but I have small beginnings. I kind of came from the hood. I had like a football career I had an injury that kind of transformed into me getting into more serious academia. And now I'm an astronaut. You know what I'm saying? And,
Mhm.
Just him talking about his story and the boys. And I'm looking here like, wow, oh my God, like you work for NASA and things like that. But that inspired my son to just be interested in space. So he's a big, space nerd. He likes, astrophysics and what's his name? Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a fanboy of him. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't have to be like these big, grandiose things that like people don't like. Not everybody has to own a community center in order to say, like, look what I'm doing for my community. Because I think right now people are setting the standard so high for us, um, or they're putting the burden of proving that you're doing something, that bar is so high that most people can't even attain to reach that standard or that bar that they're trying to put forth as, if you're not doing this, or if you don't have um a YouTube channel, um or if you're not out here banging on these crackers every day on 125th. Like, if you're not doing these things, that means that you're not doing anything. And that, to me, that's discouraging, because again, like I said, that puts the standard so high that people then have this anxiety to rush to reach the top, and that means that they're not really in it for the real reasons that they should be in it. And a lot of
Right.
things get missed like that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Especially, I just even when they say that there's so many people do so many things. Unfortunately, in some places in the community, the need is very high, but it's not like most are just sitting around. But I think the people that do the most of that type of speak are the ones that actually not doing nothing.
True.
It's
Yeah.
just some of them to say why they bang on people from their couch on their computer.
Yeah. That's a real thing too. Like a lot of these folks online, like want to make mockeries of like smaller individuals that have smaller platforms is like, because I'm big and I have such a strong following means that I'm doing something better than what they're doing. And that just kind of undercuts everything it is that they represent. And because I mean they may be into it, like like I said, my thing is gardening and and like homesteading and things like that. So if somebody was to say to me, well, oh, the only thing you doing is gardening, like what's that going to do for our people? um and then it makes me look like that my efforts aren't enough. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
it's really it's really sad business that we have to um we have to make these statements to each other, because to me it kind of signals to the fact that we're all of us are running on programming that was taught to us, and it's not something that's culturally passed down, right? um from our direct lineage. And because of those things, it's like we have a tendency to understand that we're not okay, right? Because of the society that historically we've been brought up in. But then when we get into conversations with each other, we have to assert that we're all right. Like there's nothing wrong with you, hence you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Or, you can't associate yourself with individuals because of X, Y, and Z reasons. Not, excuse me, but not really taking into account that we're all running off of software that was downloaded into our systems and not the software that was just with the original operating. Um, but that's just kind of the society that we live in, where we're all essentially, and this is me taking words from the brother Alfonso, but we're all innately out of our natural minds, but we're all pretending that we're okay. um so to me we just have to be sensitive um with one another. We're all going through stuff. Triple C, peace, peace. um Yeah, but I appreciate y'all saying stuff about the gardening. Yeah, it's a thing for me. I love it. The chat's really interesting. I feel like I should be doing this on my channel more, but I'm
Oh,
cool
you
with
got a channel?
yeah, yeah, I have a channel. It's my name, so it's Angelica Diallo. Um but yeah, this whole thing is really interesting, and we have not gotten into it. Like we're just really getting started with this, really, with this case, with having a discussion about child abuse, in all forms, because it's not just sexual, but it's emotional abuse, physical abuse. There's so many different abuses that are happening. um but yeah, I'm looking forward to having a conversation.
Okay. Let me find your channel because you said gardening. I miss my garden.
Yeah, I love all my plants. um Miss Murda said, I started planting some Venus flytraps recently and pitcher plants. I just bought one of those from Lowe's for my daughter. She is like, she said to me last night, she's like, Mama, this is my first plant. I'm not thinking back. But she has had her own other plants, but she was just too little to remember. But as her age right now, she's like, and you got all the plants, Mama. This is my very first one. I got a Venus flytrap because it was like in a little kit, like where you get the seedlings and the potting soil to get it started. But yeah, that's dope. There's a lot of things that you can grow indoors. You can grow fruit trees. You can grow, a lot of stuff. Like if you're trying to do it to eat. Um, Hebrew servant says, first we need to accept we are in captivity, accept our oppressors, have the power completely, and know our place. Then we can see clarity and go back to Yah. Then he will give us favor to get out of here. In the meantime, be successful with each other, but following Yah's code. Um, Thy law is the truth.com. Okay. Um, I'm not like a religious person, meaning I don't adhere to a specific doctrine. But I believe that especially for us, I believe that oh my gosh, my voice, for those of us that, have faith, I think that there's a lot of power in it. And I would never want to discredit someone for having any belief system. I have a lot of good sisters that are Hebrews that I really adore, and they're genuinely good women. So, I do see value in it, absolutely.
Angela, how you spell your last name?
Diallo.
Okay. Trying to find the channel. Oh, there it is.
I'm sorry, I don't. Well, because again, I'm not. I understand what you say. It's not a religion. I'm just trying to like be general with it. I don't mean any disrespect, if that makes sense. But I get what you mean.
Bro, they don't want it.
Huh?
I
What
said
what happened?
these people be on one. I'm
What
laughing at
happened?
the different ideologies that have come through here and how passionate they are about what they believe in. Hilarious.
Well, I mean, like I said, I think that there's power in it all. Like if people use, um, if people are in it for good reasons and are not, because some people grow up in it and they don't know anything else. And then they kind of take the time to discern whether this, lifestyle or, philosophy is really for them.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I know a lot, have some wonderful friends that are of NOI. I have wonderful friends that are Hebrew. I have wonderful friends that are Moors, 5%ers. There's like so many different lifestyles and ideologies that I hear about and from these people. And I mean, they're all good people. So, with that being said, like, even though I'm not a person that's, like my brother, he'll say I'm a Moor because he's a Moor. And then I've had, folks say that I'm Hebrew because, the way that I see certain things, like, so, for me, it's like, I don't try to negate, I don't try to take that from them, like, so I just try to see value.
Oh, he back.
Yeah.
You just left us up here. You ain't say bye. You ain't say I'm gonna get a snack. You just left.
Udi, you need to drop the link in there because there's some people that want to come
Did he
up.
drop the link? No, he didn't drop the link.
No, he didn't. He need to drop the link though, because I seen a couple of folks earlier that said that they wanted to pull up on us.
Think I'm gonna take a pre-live nap.
Triple C been banging all night long.
All night. Good Lord. I
Yeah,
gotta go over there
nonstop.
and catch that.
I only had one like an hour and a half of sleep.
I don't know too many channels. For real. I don't. It's
Yeah.
too much foolishness going on. My attitude not set up for that. They be playing. I get your front door.
You gotta take it with a grain of salt, because it's like the one sister. I can't even remember her name now. She's been rocking with us since yesterday. She has a very vibrant personality. And she was like, yeah, I don't understand why y'all falling for this. Like she has a very different perspective because she doesn't understand. And um like I was telling her, it just takes some time. Like you start surfing the channel and listening to people, um and you start to gain perspective and understanding of who's doing what, different sides to this whole big, conscious community YouTube chasm. It's, there's so many different facets to it. But I think that that's also a representation of just who we are as a people. We're really super faceted, very complex individuals. And there's like no part of the country that The two brothers and sisters are the same, even though we're all one people.
Right.
There's folks that are, folks from Florida and down south. There's folks from up north, northeast. There's a West Coast. There's a Midwest. And then you talk to all of these folks, and they have so many different perspectives and ways of life, and even the culture is slightly different. Even though like the baseline is the same, like the song in general is just a bit different with everybody.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we have our commonalities, but I think one thing people need to do, especially Black folks, and they talk about unity and moving forward and all of that, is stop trying to put everybody in the same box. Find out where you unify, go along with that, and let everything else go where it may be. To force everybody under one mindset, one idea, that's crazy. That'll never happen. It is not possible. Even families are different, cousins are different, siblings are different, twins are different.
Right. Peace, Triple C. How are you?
Hey, Angelica.
Peace. What's
It's
up?
a tide, is what it is. It's a tide. It's a tide.
Yo, I was laughing at you earlier. I was listening to your stream while I was working, and all I kept hearing you was like, "God, God."
Between George, God, and Eugene. Oh, you done messed up now.
So how you making out? You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm gonna take I just talked to Chuck and we gonna do he said between 8 and 9, so I scheduled the live for 8:30.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take a pre-live nappy nap.
Yeah, it's much well deserved. You have been banging on these YouTube streets all
I
night
am on
long.
a polite junkie until we get
You on his back.
a charge. I am on a polite junkie.
She on that Eugene pack.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe y'all can clarify something for me. So, does he have charges, or what exactly is going on?
Okay, what happened was he had 3 charges, right? 2 first-class felonies and a misdemeanor.
Right.
What the prosecutor did was they put those 2 charges on hold and gave him 4 more currently, but it's supposed to be 5. And those are second-degree felonies. So he wasn't supposed to. He was supposed to have the stay away order the first time. The hearing today was to increase his bond because there was some kind of clerical error, and he didn't pay the right bond amount for the charges that they had listed or whatever. It's like Tasha K said from the beginning, it was some kind of clerical error. And so they put those 2 over to the side. Like they ain't gone, but they ain't here neither right now, but they can pop out at any time. So but he acting like that's a win. You had 2 first-class felonies. Now you got 5 second-class felonies.
Yeah, he hollering that it's a win because it's not a first-class felony no more.
And he said last night talking about ain't gonna be no trial, but the trial is scheduled for December 3rd. He just reversing everything.
Is that a trial? Or is that that's for the judge?
I'm gonna go back and listen to the audio from the hearing this morning. But I'm like, I think that's where he pleading or whatever, and then they're gonna proceed with trial from there. But it's gonna be another hearing before December the 3rd. Because Nicole, we all love Nicole right now. Keep her in your prayers. Nicole is finna go file some more stuff.
She said, yeah, I'm gonna put that in. Yeah. Expeditiously.
As soon as this is over. She ain't even taking a lunch break. DJ!
Yes, indeed. Peace to you, brother.
I mean, just this is hubris. He is a walking, talking ego.
What's going on, everybody?
It's bravado. He's just putting on for the people that still believe in him for whatever reason. Let DJ take you outside, please. Crystal, go outside and be a good girl, and then you can come back.
Oh.
Go be a good girl. That's how I trip out my bed. She going dead back up in that crate when she get back. She probed too much, man. You turn around and she got some. The Chris Matilda cookies that everybody, the sewing kit cookies.
Mm-hmm.
She bust open the big 10. I mean, it still had the
Oh,
plastic on it. She bust the whole top off and ate the whole 10 before we found out she probed too much.
and everything. I'm crying. Yeah. But yeah, Miss Nicole Garcia is definitely not about this foolishness that's
She for
happening.
real, not for play. And she is keeping an eye on social media.
She is, yep. Yeah, did you see all the people that were in the like did you check out all the participants that were in the Zoom meeting?
Yeah, I saw a Bay in there. I saw a couple of people. I said, "Whoa!" But I went out last night to a couple of lives and dropped that PDF for them off.
PDF.
Yeah, the link to the Zoom meeting is in a. They have a PDF for the district courts and everything. So they have the hyperlink embedded in the PDF, and you just click it and it take you straight to because all the judges just assigned a courtroom now. So you just click on it and it goes straight to the courtroom.
Oh, can I get that?
Yeah. Because the link don't. You have to copy the whole thing, and then paste it in the URL and send it. If it doesn't work though, email me and I'll. Oh, I ain't even got to do that.
I know when you posted the link in your chat, that's how I got in. I just hit the link
Yeah,
and it
I
took me
forgot
straight
I had
there.
put it in my OneDrive, so I can just grab that.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's just on the presumption that Judge I don't know if it was Altfield or
Atfield
is going to still be presiding over the December hearing.
There you go. You
So
just click
when
on
I
that.
looked at it, it looked like that December thing is for the judge because they filed a motion for discovery. So it looks like that's for the judge to decide if
Yeah,
everything
but
from discovery
the
has come back.
video that I did earlier, because you can't go back and listen to the playback on the because they just run them live. They don't record them.
Oh, okay.
But I played the audio on my channel, so that video is about 3-some hours long. It's in the first 45 minutes or so.
Okay.
And it's about 10 minutes.
You know, Sarnetta was in that participant list. He was probably writing down names and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like...
Yeah, but what can he get from Tasha?
Tasha was in there. She was listening.
Sure enough was. Tasha and the whole crew.
Yep. I was crying. I was
We
about
were
to make a
all on that
comment, but
one
I said,
Zoom.
let me just not be the person that gets kicked out for saying something.
Yeah. We just don't listen.
Because my petty meter went straight up because I was going to be like, hey, Michael, how you doing? You all right?
Did you see him in there looking super sick,
Oh, my
though?
God. Yeah. And yeah, he definitely showed up for court.
Oh, you brought him back
He
in,
better
right?
show up for court.
He ain't had no choice. Yeah, this fine. Crystal, chill.
But yeah, it was funny. It was definitely funny.
Man, oh man, oh man. I done laughed so hard since the 18th of August. I might have abs of steel around this joint by the time December comes.
Yeah, I'm so tickled.
If you can be good, you can stay. Tail going a mile a minute. Oh, I'll go ahead and drop it in the chat if anybody else wants it. That's the link to the PDF to the Zoom meetings for the trial for the hearings in Miami Dade. Hey, what did I just say? If you be still, you can stay.
Yeah, so I'm just interested if well, we know that the judge told Michael Noack that he can't talk about the case anymore. But I'm interested if anybody that is like a stan of his actually listened in or is actually going to listen objectively to what they heard, because again, the narrative from what I understand is that he just basically said that the case is over without giving full context, that they just stopped prosecuting those 2 first-degree charges for more charges that will still end up giving them more time than the first.
Yeah, but then they can still add them first 2 charges back on there. I'm gonna go back and listen because I think I missed a couple of pertinent parts of a sentence or two. I got that feeling when I was listening to it. I'm gonna go back and listen to it again though after I take my nap because I'm gonna need a nap. Because Chuck and Tariq gonna be on there, so that's gonna be a couple of hours at least. As long as they willing, we'll keep going.
Yeah, it's it's going to be a mess. I'm just going to be sitting back listening, like, YK was in here earlier too, Triple C.
Was
Um,
he?
hmm
Lord, I hate I missed him. And put him on my petty list up there with George.
right.
So they gonna be calling my name. They gonna be hearing this shit. They sleep by the time I'm done with them. No rest for old scammers.
Crazy. It's my son walking in.
But this has really revealed who some people truly are, like live and in living color. If you had any kind of doubts, you shouldn't now, because they have come out and showed their whole hand. They have sat up here and accused this mother and child of everything under the sun, but we can't even say that he might go to jail because he got charges against him, or else we hate him. YK was bullying Sweet Ma alive.
Yeah, he wasn't. I think I was a part of that live. Just by happenstance. Because I was just like live stream surfing, and he came on and essentially asserted that everything is just because she was doing that live in response to what he was the videos that he was posting on his channel. um,
So that might have been him that was over on my channel talking about I was mad because Sinetta turned me down. In who world? Last I remember, I turned Filthy Frank down. It didn't even get that far. I kept calling him a wormy bastard because he was in my chat being creep-tastic.
I don't know. He's a special breed. I can't pay him no mind like that.
You know what? Some of these people, they don't have the comprehension skills of a fruit fly. I have learned that they just go for buzzwords. They don't hear the rest of the sentence.
Yeah. Like I've said several times, like specifically like with YK, like listening to him speak about his position on like other platforms, it seems like every time somebody presents him with new information, which is reasonable, right? He
Mm-hmm.
then moves it. So he never can just agree that what the person says makes sense. He just shifts the target even further. You know what I'm
Willful
saying?
ignorance.
Yeah.
They ask you one thing, you give them a valid answer. They don't go back. They'll run to something else. And they just keep moving the goalposts further and further and further. It's a delusion. They have to keep fooling themselves to keep believing in these folks.
Yeah, like I said, I'm willing to have, because like, and I've said it a few times on like a couple of different platforms. I would love to sit down and have a conversation with YK, like even if it's just me and him.
Thank
You
you,
know,
Rebecca.
um, just because one thing that I've noticed is that he's always went onto a panel and he's the only one that is in defense while everybody else is essentially attacking him for his thoughts, which, is one thing. But I have yet to hear him have a sit down one-on-one with an individual and say, like, just in a very calm manner, and just discuss his views. Because when I hear him, his voice is very bombastic, and
Because he's fighting himself more than he's fighting the people he's talking to. He
it
is
could be
forcing
true.
himself to live in this delusion. It's like if he sat there and actually thought about it, it would make so much sense. But then his whole life, his whole YouTube career has been a lie.
Mm.
His whole YouTube career is made for caping for these folks. So if he comes to reality and comes to his senses, he basically has to bow down to everybody that's been telling him he's full of crap all these years. You know, he can't stand that. It's a lot of this is ego based with these folks.
Verse, you can
So
speak up. I just ramble. You got to tell me to be
Verse sat on
quiet.
there for like 2 hours last night and didn't say boo to a goose.
Yeah, you can say
Miss
you just got to
Murder,
stop me.
I have been encouraging everybody that has any pertinent information. That means if you have documentation,
I'm about to go have
not
lunch
just
right now.
huh?
He said he about to go have lunch.
You didn't
Oh,
even ask if we wanted any. That's
I
not
know,
right. You
right?
just gonna drop that you about to eat like that?
I mean, I didn't prepare enough for everybody, but I can go back and make a little something.
That's good.
A
I'll take
lot of
that.
these questions were answered by Empire Esquire earlier, like the Miss Murders. They need to look in his personal life, the fact that he got children too. Yeah, everybody look. The DA is well aware from what I'm understanding from what I heard this morning. She is well aware, and she tipped me to something I
Yeah.
didn't know. She
Yeah.
said that when she was talking about the stay away order, she said not only has he been low key harassing her, he's had other people low key harassing her.
See,
And
I
I
find
think
that
they
crazy.
messed themselves up in this whole we gonna cape for polite drama because I think the prosecutor might think that Misunderstood's daughter is the little girl.
I think you.
She might. I kind of felt that way when she said
Yeah,
it, but
because she said that the daughter had been exposed. And I was like, where?
I think she does have a YouTube channel though.
She does, but nobody can connect. Her mother, from what I gathered, because when this first popped out, I went searching. I went digging. I found her. Now she has no trace of her daughter on her social media.
At
None.
all.
So
I don't
they,
think it was always like that though, because I found
yeah,
her
they
on
did the
Instagram.
work between February and when these charges got released. She been going around erasing as much as she can off of these sites that would point to her daughter's identity. We can find her all day, but we don't know what her child looks like. You know, that doesn't matter unless we in the same city with her or something. And ain't nobody trying to stalk her down like that. I left her one message. She didn't reply. I left it alone. You know,
What is I just want to confirm because I do follow. I do. Okay. What? Never mind. What is the mother's Instagram handle?
she
Like, what's her?
changed it. She changed it 24 hours after the charges dropped.
Oh, I got it.
Well,
Hold
what
on.
is?
Hold
Because
on.
I
I
just want to
throw it in the
confirm.
back. Let me see if she's still on here. Oh, there she is, yeah. Because it used to be one thing, but now it's another. I'm gonna throw it in the back. We can all see this private chat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's it right there. Yeah, that was the old one, Miss Murder.
I just want to
And
No,
see
she
this be the
locked out
one
of
that.
her account. So she got somebody advising her that knows about internet security. Say that again.
She the one that's on her life page because he still got her pictures up.
Yeah, he does. But see, he tagging her in her old Instagram name. So that's why she changed it. Cause like if you didn't know what her name was before, it's not close enough that you could just randomly find it. So she did that on purpose for people that come snooping. As far as I know, no, Lynn, they're not Florida residents. Polight bonded out to an address in California that would be called middle class. He ain't bond out the hills. He bonded out to somewhere that the median income is about 60,000 a year. So they got them a little boat hole, or they using somebody else's boat hole. But that address, I'm like 95% sure I found that address, and it's mysteriously situated between a yoga studio and something else in the plaza.
Yeah, I would
As
have to go
all the
back and
addresses that you can attach to these fools. They be putting down where they hang out at as they place of residence. Dude, you never lived at the All Eyes on
well,
Egypt
I
bookstore.
think that when they do those reports, they base it on whatever the DMV has listed. Like if there's no like say
What reports?
when they did the initial incident report for this case,
Mhm.
I think the address that is listed, just based on um, what I saw, it looks like that's probably either the address that's listed on his ID or the address that they pulled from the DMV record.
Yeah, but that address, that's what I'm saying. That because the site I saw it on, it's got it blocked out. But I've been doing research on Polight for a minute, so I started
No,
backtracking some
I
stuff.
have it. I could email it to you. I
Yeah,
have the full
but
thing.
that when I did the location on that, that's the one I was talking. It's between a yoga studio and something like an art gallery or some shit. So I'm like, is that even zoned for residential? That's what I mean. He's done this before. Like his address used to be the All Eyes on Egypt bookstore. His address that when they said that they were starting a drug rehab facility, they was using an address to a whole nother building in another state from where they said they was actually doing the stuff at. It's a couple of other. Only one address has been consistent since Polight popped on the scene.
And that's that New York
Only one,
address.
huh?
I said, you talking about that New York address?
Yeah, the one that's connected to the Golden Aunt Foundation.
Mm-hmm. Well, Miss Lynn, at this point, the state themselves are pressing charges. So it's
Mhm.
not, yeah, this is not like, they went to the local police station and did a report. The state took a hold of this. This is like beyond them, like, so she technically is protected
Yeah.
by Florida law, although the mother and herself aren't the one that are moving forward with this case because this is him against his state at this point.
I've heard a lot of this during this whole thing, and there's a lot of Polight says and Sinetta says, but we all know they will shoot you a lie faster than they will shoot you the truth. So all these people, like take yesterday for instance, not yesterday, but on Wednesday when he went
Mm-hmm.
to the first hearing,
Mm-hmm.
it was actually people in the courtroom, but people was running around saying that Polight was in custody. And they had half of YouTube thinking that Polight was in custody.
Mm.
It only takes somebody going into 4 different chats and putting the same lie, and it's all over YouTube like wildfire. And then everybody sees this and they getting discouraged thinking, oh, this is gonna happen, that's gonna happen. Keep your eye on the county clerk. Don't worry about what these fools saying on YouTube. Keep your eye on the county clerk website. Oh,
Yeah.
and just like that, I refreshed and there is another docket.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
Stay away order, pre-trial conditional, T.S. minor in parentheses.
Oh, yeah. I knew that was going to show up today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but if that done showed up, I'm gonna give it. It's 3:15. She got to what 5 to finish filing. Because
Mm-hmm.
as we all know, Nicole like to slide in right under the buzzer.
At 4:59.
He was mad. Was he not mad
He
about
was
that?
tight about that. He was like,
Oh my,
yeah, and
he
then
was so pissed.
and made a point to say the time that she submitted the filings. Like, bro, why are you mad that they just went through? Like, you mad because you
Yes.
had to
You
scramble.
never know. She could have been working all day on that and got done at the last minute and ran in there to file it.
Man, he
They
was
know
just tight. He
allegedly
was just tight that he didn't have the time to
Yeah.
really look into it. That's why he was tight, and he
See,
was
this
trying to
is
make
what
that
I'm
point to
talking
the
about.
judge.
Tahawka Bay Live. Polight allegedly terrorized 14-year-old rape victim. Charges updated and bonds increased exclusive. How? I was live streaming the daggone hearing. How is that exclusive?
Well,
See,
for
that's
him
what
and
I'm
his
talking
people,
about.
it's an exclusive. He gotta do what everybody else is doing. Um, but yeah, Miss Murder, I agree that to me, and that's why I'm watching this
Yeah.
carefully, is that I have a sneaky suspicion, as well as this case going on, that the feds are building a case as well. Because if they're
They
looking
don't
into
like to
this,
talk till they got
um,
something.
you know, because like in order to look into Polite, you have to also look into all the fraud that people have said that he's done, and even from
Yeah.
the folks that I know that he's defrauded, right?
Yeah. And then
And then
I
when you
encourage all these people to contact the DA in Florida and let them know this shows a pattern of behavior. It might
Mhm.
not be, on the assault side, but it does show a pattern that he doesn't care about the law.
No, he
And it
doesn't.
also proves that he's been bouncing from pillar to post running from all these lawsuits that people bringing about this money.
Yeah. And also to the fact that when we talk about all of this defrauding that has been done, that we can confirm that he has done, and this is not even including the people that just lost a few $100s, right?
Yeah.
That Juliet Smalls, I can't remember the name of Riot, I think it's like Jessica.
Ryan McCoy. You
No,
talking about Jessica
Jessica somebody.
yeah.
So I'm going to say them by their
It's
first
on
and
that
last name.
Ryan McCoy. It's on that Ryan McCoy lawsuit.
Yeah, but I mean, they've made a history that he doesn't funnel the money directly into his accounts. He
He uses the
definitely funnels money through the wives' accounts, whether it be
and he
Cash
also
App,
funnels money
PayPal.
through the victims' accounts.
Yeah. So that's his way of distancing himself from the actual wire fraud, because that's what it is,
But
wire
ain't that
fraud
why
and
they
bank
created
fraud.
RICO charges for folk like him? They
They
like to
did.
leave everybody else holding the bag.
hmm But yeah, so I think that,
Yesterday, you mean that you saw the one from Wednesday yesterday, Gary? Because he was up there this morning looking extra greasy and extra shook.
Who
Polight?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you had to have been in the Zoom,
Now he
because like you
borrowed
could see all
Floyd
the
Mayweather good
participant.
suit.
Like I had to go, like I was like scrambling this morning to
Hold
make
on.
time out of my day. You know what I'm
Somebody
saying?
Oh
done
man,
made
I
a
wish I
troll
would have
account.
known about this. Good Lord.
Somebody done made a troll account called Sinetta's Bumper.
They gonna do it. They gonna do it.
Yeah, what is up with that? I keep seeing the videos, but I ain't found videos
Girl,
to watch it.
it looked like somebody backed into him and accident and ran off, but he said that somebody did it on purpose twice. And then he said, "Oh, he gonna get in trouble."
Who's
Who?
getting in trouble?
Tahaka Bay.
Oh, he's playing the actual stream.
He recorded it.
Oh, he playing it right now?
He recorded it from earlier and he playing it. But see, the thing is, I didn't play the video because the site clearly says do not record, no screenshots, but it didn't say nothing about audio.
Yeah, so
And he's so hot to get an exclusive. I hope Judge, you know what? Nicole on it.
Oh.
No, it ain't gonna be Nicole. It's gonna be David.
And Judge Atfield. Why are you licking my pillow? You doing unnecessary stuff, dude.
But yeah, it was really interesting, like to see all these people like start to flood into the participant list. And then like once he actually got on, because Sinetta was in there, I'm pretty sure, because I thought I saw Taharka in there. Or something that was
That
spelled
wasn't yesterday, Gary. That was this morning. Taharka Bay full of crap, and he ain't supposed to be. He wasn't supposed to record that. Illegal as hell.
He got a bunch of screenshots.
Huh?
He got a bunch of screenshots.
That you know what? I don't even know how to share on
the
here.
prosecutor. He screenshot the judge.
He is dumb. That thing clearly says no video and no screenshots. He better hope all they do is revoke his access to Zoom.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny though. Yeah, you
Because
guys.
I specifically, when I dropped that link, because I knew everybody was going to take it and run with it, I specifically said, did I not want community? I specifically said multiple times, do not record, do not take screenshots, and brought up the site and showed it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Gary, they raised his bail. They did the stay away order. So
We know it's the real deal, but he wasn't supposed to do it. He can get in very serious trouble for that, Gary.
Okay, CCC.
Oh,
I just need to go subscribe to your channel.
Yeah, CCCTV. It's the same logo you see on my avatar right there.
I be trying to find channels. I'm not subscribed to Sunday or none of these because these people is crazy, and I don't play that way. So I be trying to
Now,
find.
somebody just sent this to me. Cause like this isn't. I don't do this on my own. This is a group effort. You know, you have people that don't want to be content creators, but they
Yeah.
do want to contribute to help stop the problem. So they send stuff. You know, they'll email me. They'll send it. If we on Facebook together, we got a private Facebook group over there for stuff like this.
Okay.
We know Gary. We saw it this morning.
I'm just trying to find places where
That thing started at 10:40 this morning and it lasted about 12 minutes. But Taharka Bay video finna be about 5 hours. Why?
Yeah,
And
it
y'all
is.
ain't gonna get 12 little minutes until the end. Or you can go to my video right now and fast forward about 30, and it's right there, 12 minutes, boom. You might hear us laugh a little bit and me say, Eugene! But that's about it.
But yeah,
No, she is black, Cunty. She is black. But you know what? That's a
Taharka
hard
being
head
messy.
makes the South behind. And Miami-Dade, I hope you make his feel like butter.
Not the butter.
That's somebody that just want you sitting up here using this situation to get people in your chat. You that desperate, Taharka? Really? Because I know where you got the link from. See, that's why I didn't want to pass it out publicly. But then I was like, the risk outweigh the cost because they ain't gonna stop the Zoom meeting. You know, if somebody do it, but that person is gonna get in trouble. So I made it very clear what not to do before I put this link out.
Well, I mean, all that can happen is that they find it and then they deal with him accordingly. You know, like if he wasn't, because like
George, Gary, you could have watched this yourself this morning from the comfort of your own home, and you wouldn't have had to get no commentary. She's in that video with Zion, the one he did with Zion Lex. She's one of the women in there. And he's so slow, he ain't took none of her pictures down off his social media, none of that. He's still running around here being a wannabe fat pocket, borrowing Floyd Mayweather's car and clothes.
Yeah. Yeah. He'll learn. I
You know,
get
this
that.
is one of those situations like if you was in class, everybody in class would be saying, ooh, but ain't nobody gonna tell the teacher. You know, we just go watch him get in trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be like, you know, if you read the directions told you to put your first and last name on the bottom left corner of the page, but because Taharka wasn't listening, he put it at the top.
Yeah.
So he'll be dealt with accordingly. So,
because we do know the prosecutor is roaming YouTube. Hi, Nicole, you're doing a great job so far, and we're rooting for you, honey.
Yeah, I mean, if I could mail the sister like a damn money order, you know, I definitely would do it. Like if I didn't feel like I was, you know, committing some sort of crime.
Yeah. Try to bribe the prosecutor. Do a better
Yeah,
job.
like here goes this 300. I hope this covers your light bill this month. I just want to say you're doing a fantastic job. We are here
I
for
think
you.
we could get away with sending her flowers or something. Send the DA office a platter of Subway sandwiches and some cookies.
You know what?
Everybody loves
I
Subway
think
cookies.
that's a good idea. I think I might send the
With a
DA's
note from the
office
content creators of
flowers.
YouTube. You're doing an awesome job and
Yes,
keep up the good
specifically
work.
for
Shoot,
Nicole
I will send you
Garcia.
$5 just to put in on the platter. What is it, about $79.99 these days or something like that? I mean, it ain't gotta be specifically Subway, but you know all these places cater out. They'll go ahead and deliver it.
I think I might actually do that and send her some damn flowers.
Probably want to call the DA ahead of time and tell them you're gonna send it.
Yeah.
Call the office. Yes, we just want to show our appreciation, and we just gonna send y'all some snacks. Snacks always work. Snacks work for every situation.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing? Oh, I'm talking to my dog. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. But yeah, this situation is definitely getting started, to Harka
We
out
are
here,
this.
to Harka out here, and he driving the car, he out the window.
He ain't even in the car. He out there ghost riding the whip on the freeway.
Oh man, you know who I would love to
And
have
don't
on this
tell
panel
him
right now,
nothing,
Inky.
Gary. Don't tell him nothing. Somebody over there probably done told him and got blocked already. They don't like they don't like when you point them in the right direction. All it does is get you blocked or talked about.
Somebody needs to send Inky over here. I know he perusing YouTube or something right now.
Look, where is Inky? Hold on, let me check. Cause he done made him another channel just in case they strike down his first channel. That's
Oh,
why
okay.
that's why you ain't seen too much on Inky channel lately. But he's been up in the middle of the night boiling sea mouse and singing "Somebody's Going to Jail Tonight."